Get ready for book club. My new crime against humanity. Alright. Focus up. Focus up, Monty. Alright. Welcome everyone to book club. Today we're going to be talking about Fourth Wing, okay? Now, I'm going to be paraphrasing this and summarizing it. I may get information wrong. I also read the book in a day, so just, stick with me here. So, our story starts with main character Chan. Her name is Violet, but I'm just gonna call her main character Chan, okay? There's gonna be nicknames applied here, just so that way we can remember. So, main character Chan, her mom is the second in command of the army. La Fantasy Army of Fantasy Army Lands. Basically, the kingdom of main character Chan's homeland is at war with a neighboring nation, and they ride dragons. Their main, they have infantry, healers, and dragon riders. So, and the enemy rides griffins, essentially. They're griffin riders. So the main enemy is griffin riders. Are you following me so far, chat? Are you with me? Are you guys taking notes? So, yeah, Remy is the enemy. So, main character girl, her mom is the second in command of the army. Her dad was a scribe, and basically scribes are like historians, like the people who man the library, information, all that fun jazz. So her father was a scribe. It is important to note that main character Chan is exceptionally weak. It's at least not outright said, but blatantly assumed that she has, basically a sort of disability, in the sense that she didn't grow very much, and she's got very brittle bones. She's made out of paper mache spit in a dream. So main character Chan, she wants to be a scribe, like her father. Now, her father has passed away. She's got her mom, who's the second in command of the military. She's got her dad, who died. She has an older sister, and she had an older brother. Older brother died during a rebellion. So basically, there was a rebellion where some people in the nation basically rebelled against the king, and the king and the army squashed the rebellion. However, it was a huge battle, and main character Chan's brother died in that battle, essentially. The children of the rebels essentially became kind of pseudo-prisoners. All the rebels were burned alive, because, fun times in war country. And the children were forcibly drafted into the military. Specifically, they had to go through the trials to become a dragon rider, which has a huge mortality rate. Becoming a dragon rider, you're more likely going to die than become a dragon rider, basically. Yeah. Child soldiers? Surprisingly not. You can't become a dragon rider until you're over the age of 20. So this is one of those rare, not teenager main character books, which is honestly kind of refreshing. This is a, hey, we're 20 years old and adults, college age kind of story, which is, that's again, whew, thank God. So, main character girl, main character Chan is like, I want to be a scribe, and her mother is like, fuck that, you're not being a dork-ass dweeb nerd, you're gonna be a dragon rider, just like me and your sister and your brother who's dead. You're not gonna be like your shitty dad who was a scribe and who died as a scribe in a library all the time. That's not happening. You're gonna become a dragon rider. That's the way this is going. And so her sister, who is already like a war hero, is just like, Mom, that's bullshit. Main character Chan, she's gonna die. You're just sending her to her death. You're being a bad mom. And Mom is like, L plus ratio plus didn't ask plus get out of my office, children.
I love you.
Draconia 9! Fun times in war country. Well, that's certainly something to come into stream on. Oh boy, this whole next part of my stream is going to be something to walk in on. I'm just going to say that right now. If anyone comes here like, what the hell is happening? Just tell them I'm summarizing a book. I'm sure they'll understand. So, main character Chan and her big sister leave the office and they're like, this is bullshit. Well, it's like, you should be a scribe. Mom is being an asshole. You shouldn't be, you're not gonna make it through dragon school. They're gonna kill you. You're gonna super die. And main character Chan is like, I got no choice. Even though I've been training to be a squire this whole time, Mom is like, no, absolutely not. I don't want to be associated with a dweeb-ass dork nerd for a daughter. So sister Chan basically gives her a couple things. Oh boy, what do we take? So older sister Chan is just like, all right, little sister, Mom's being a real dick right now. She's being a real jerk. So I am gonna, like, Mom's being a real dink, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna Mom says like they're trying to get rid of the weakling. Oh, probate, we will get to it. Stick around, bucko, just you wait. It gets very funny. So big sister is just like, yo, little sister, this is bullshit. I'm gonna set you up because nepotism. She gives main character Chan some boots that have grips on them. She thins out her rust stack so she's not carrying too much stuff. And she gives her, like, leather armor with dragon scales in it because her big sister rides a green dragon. And so the big sister collected dragon scales to give armor to main character Chan. And she's like, I'm gonna give you these items. And also, here's a book from our dead brother to give you information. She kind of sneaks that into the bag, so that way the main character Chan doesn't know. So main character Chan is like, all right, cool, do you have any advice? And sister is just like, I have, oh my god, I think there's three pieces of advice for you. Okay, you ready for this? Number 1. Avoid a guy called... Shit, what was his name? Oh my god. It starts with a Z. I'm gonna call him Xanax, even though that's not his name, but it's like a Xanad or something like that. It's like, it starts with an X name. She's like, avoid this guy, Xanax. He is he is the son of the Rebel King, and our mom killed his dad. So if he finds out you're going to dragon school, he's gonna fucking kill you. Because guess what, everybody in chat? Murder is legal at dragon school. Do you want to know why murder is legal at dragon school? It's to cull the weak! Yeah, there we go! You guys are getting there! So that's advice number 1, is avoid Xanax, because our mom killed his dad. He's like basically a rebel, like the child of a rebel, and he's gonna want to kill you the moment that he finds out. He's a 3rd year student as well at this dragon school. Second piece of advice, once you get past the first trial, find your childhood friend, who I am going to refer to childhood friend, because I can't remember his name. She's like, find childhood friend. He's a 2nd year student, and he will, like, help you out and, like, protect you and stuff like that. Like, he's, like, an ally. Sorry, there was 4 pieces of advice. 3, don't make friends. Make allies. Don't, like, be ride or die with anybody, but, you know, read the room and see who could be a potential, like, ally to you. And she's like, cool. And the 4th piece of advice, and this immediately was like, oh, it's gonna be one of these books. She says, don't sleep with anybody who is older than you. Sleep only with people in the same year as you. And I was like, cool, good. It's gonna be one of these books. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, so we get to the first trial at Dragon School. Again, Dragon School has like a 20% survival rate. It's like ridiculous. It's like really brutal. And so the first trial is something called the parapet. I will give the book this credit. I do like the name of, like, the challenges the character has to face. They're named really cool stuff. So the first one is called the parapet. The second challenge is called... Oh my god. Hello! Oh my goodness. Talon Avalon, thank you so much for joining a party of 12. The Knights of Avalon have arrived. Guess what? I'm summarizing a romance novel, right? Welcome to the stream. We're halfway through a book summary? Buddy, we're not even 5% in. Chat, you're in for the long haul. You better get snacks and a drink. You're in it now. You're not getting away from this. You're gonna hear the whole thing. Once this jukebox has started playing, it's not gonna end now. So, so again, the trials are called cool stuff. There's the parapet, the gauntlet, and the threshing. So the first one, the parapet, is a tall, thin bridge that not the children, they're adults, that the students have to walk across, and if they fall, they die. Just straight out. If they fall, they die, and that's it, just gone. So that's why Big Sister was like, you need shoes that are good, because if you don't have shoes that have grip to them, you're gonna fall and you're gonna die. So she's walking up, main character Chan is walking up the stairs. She's walking up the stairs to get to the parapet for her first challenge. She's walking up, and there are basically 3 characters who are with her. The first character, who I actually do genuinely like, she essentially is, hi, I'm, like, capable and, like, eager, but also, like, just not fully prepared. So main character Chan meets this girl. The girl is, like, super, super defensive of her and is, like, super nice. And she's like, hey, I'm gonna give you one of my shoes, so that way you have grip. It's not gonna fit you, but you're gonna have to just, like, deal with it, because you're gonna need shoes that have grip. So she gives this girl one of her shoes, and I'm gonna call her Shoe Friend for the sake of this summary, okay? Her name is Shoe Friend. So she gives Shoe Friend a shoe, and then there's a guy behind her named Dylan, and he is like, I am so ready to go to dragon school. I have been training this whole moment to get here. I proposed to my girlfriend before going, so that way when I come back and we get married, I'll be on the back of the dragon. You. And then the last guy is a character named Jack, and chat, Jack is my favorite, like, not my favorite character. We'll get to my favorite character. Also, Quinn121, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. I'm so sorry if I'm missing any subs or anything. I'm getting really into it, chat. So, we're gonna get to Jack. Jack is fucking hilarious. Like, Jack is like, main character Chan, you're weak. I hate you. You're weak and shouldn't be here. How dare you be here at Dragon School? It doesn't matter that your mom is super commander woman. I don't give a shit. You are weak. I hate that you're weak, and I hate that you're here. So, main character girl is like, alright, dick. So, they're walking up the stairs to the parapet. It's like this huge tall thing. They're walking all the way up, and like they get all the way up. And who is at the top of the parapet, chat? I want you to take a long guess. Who do you think is at the top of the parapet for main character Chan? It's Xanax. Yep. Xanax is at the top of the parapet. And immediately, like, all the people around main character Chan know who she is, knows who her mom is, and all that shit. So, he immediately is like, oh, your commander woman's daughter, your main character Chan? And she's like, oh shit. And she's like, because at this point, murder is legal, right? Like, once you hit the parapet, like, murder is now legal for all the students. The only place it's not legal is, like, in class, or when people are sleeping. That's a very important distinction to make. You cannot kill someone when a teacher or like a superior is around, and you also can't kill someone while they're asleep. Every other time is like totally fine, by the way. So she runs into Xanax. His name is not actually Xanax. I can't remember what his name is, but it starts with an X, so we're just gonna call him Xanax. So she runs into Xanax, and he is just like, oh, you're Commander Woman's daughter, aren't you? And she's like, yeah, you gonna murder me about it? And he's like, no, you're about to go on the parapet. You're gonna die. Like, you're about to walk to your own death. I don't need to do shit. And she's like, oh shit, oh fuck. So, she, like, Shoe Friend goes first, goes on the parapet, starts walking, and then Dylan goes next. And so she's like walking across. So So it was Shoe Friend goes first, then Dylan goes first, and then main character Chan goes first. And as she's walking across, it starts raining, which is super bad. And so she's walking and like trying not to fall. And so you know what main character girl does to like keep her focused so she doesn't fall? And I think this is actually kind of cute. I kind of like this a little bit. She recites information that she learned when training to be a scribe. So oh yeah, she's basically convinced that her mom doesn't care if she lives or dies. We're gonna grab that. So she starts walking on the parapet, and she's like moving forward. It starts to rain, and then guess what happens, chat? Dylan slips and falls to his death. And it's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, and she's like, oh fuck. And so she's trying not to freak out. She's like, okay, I gotta remain calm because I don't want to fall too. And so she's like trying to remain as calm as she can. And so she keeps reciting stuff. Then comes in motherfucking Jack. Jack is behind main character Chen, okay? Jack enters the parapet, and there's like a guy behind Jack, right? So Jack is behind main character girl, and main character girl is like walking, and Jack goes, hey, main character girl! And main character girl turns around and looks, and Jack grabs the kid who is behind him and throws him off the side and fucking just straight up murders him. He then points at main character girl and goes, I'm gonna kill you! And he just starts running after her. And so she's like freaking out. She's like, oh god! And she starts speed walking as he's trying to like chase her down, trying to murder her. And she's like, I fucking love Jack. He has one goal. It's to murder the main character, and he's so great at it. I'm so proud of him. He's there to be the Joker and to murder people. It's so great. He hates weakness, chat. Weakness cannot be let to live. It cannot happen. Not at all. So main character girl starts running. She's running. Let me pick up my controller here. She's running to get to the other side. Jack's like, I'm gonna kill you. And it's like chasing her down. She gets to the other side. Jack like tackles her. And so she pulls out a sword and like points it at his dick and is like, I'm gonna cut your balls off. I just want to point out, I think most of this is actually the free preview. So she's like, I'm gonna cut your dick off if you don't get off me right now. And so my fiance just walked in on that line. Hi! I almost said something that was good. That was the time to bail. I'm just joking. Who's Jack? Jack is the murder student. Just that's all you need to know is he's the murder student who hates weakness. Jack hates weakness. That's all you need to know. So they get to the other side of the parapet. She's got a knife to his dick, and she's like, you better get off of me or I'm gonna cut your dick. And then like, childhood friend Kun shows up and is like, hey, no murdering. You're at a point right now where you can't do a murder. It's not allowed right now. And so Jack is just like, grr, main character Chad, I will kill you, I promise. This is so fun to talk about, man. I fucking love this. This shit's so funny. So, childhood friend Kun shows up, basically saving her from having to deal with a bullshit Jack, essentially. Wait, but Jack just did a murder, so did he get punished? No, because it was on the parapet. Listen, chat, during trials, PvP can be enabled. So the parapet had PvP enabled, which is why Jack was able to just straight up kill someone. Yeah, exactly. Designated murder zones. So main character Chan is like, oh my god, best friend Kun, it's been forever. We grew up together at Village, and we know each other so well. And so main character Kun is like, bruh, like, what the heck are you doing here? Why aren't you a scribe? You should be a scribe. Why aren't you at scribe school? Why aren't you at elf practice? Like, what the hell are you doing here? This isn't a place for you. This is murder dragon school. Like, you're not gonna survive. You're so weak and pathetic. And while Jack the character is all about murdering the main character Kun, I'm just gonna summarize his character. Main character Kun exists to tell the main character that she's not good enough and can't achieve anything. I'm not even joking. That's literally his character. His character is that you are too weak to do anything, give up on what you're doing, and become a scribe. He constantly is trying to get her to, like, leave school because he's like, he's like, I don't want you to die, which, again, I get, but he always does it in the most, like, demeaning and, like, agency-removing way. You'll see that as a trend as we continue on. But childhood friend Kun is like, oh my god, what the hell are you doing here? You should not be here. Why did your mom allow this to happen? This is crazy. And she's like, well, I'm here and I can't leave and I've already made it through the parapet, so I might as well stick to it. And he goes, okay, well, here's the thing. I'm a second-year student. You're a first-year student. We need to make sure that you are basically under my command. That way I can ensure your safety, more or less. And he's like, and you have to avoid Xanax, because Xanax is the bad, he's gonna do a murder. He's gonna do a murder on you. He's like, Xanax is gonna do a murder, your mom is an asshole, this sucks. Like, we'll figure it out, but... What?! Oh, that sucks, dude. Oh, I've never missed that before. I'm too emotionally invested. I hope, chat, you're enjoying this so far, by the way. Happy New Year's, everybody! So... Childhood friend Kun is like, alright, let's just make sure that you're under my command, because if you're under my command, then I can basically somewhat assure your safety through protection nepotism. And she's like, okay, sure. So she tells her friend, Shoe Friend, who by the way survived, Shoe Friend made it through the parapet. She's like, hey, Shoe Friend, we're gonna join this order, the Fourth Wing, as, like, cadets. That's gonna be who we're gonna be under. So... I love this. This is where the book actually gets kind of good. And I gotta say, like, at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm kind of invested. I like the fact that, like, you don't know who's gonna make it. You don't know who's gonna live or die. There's kind of like a Games of Thrones, like, who's gonna make it, you know, to the end of the show. Ah! God damn it. So there's that, like, kind of element to it. Like, I appreciate, like, I don't like stories where, like, characters just die because it's like, oh, it's dramatic. The character has to die because, oh, reasons. But, like, I do appreciate a book where, like, there is, like, genuine risk involved, and, like, the characters can die from that risk. You know what I mean? So, so Shoe Friend and childhood friend Kun, though childhood friend Kun is trying to, like, pretend that he doesn't really know her, he's trying to be, like, kind of inconspicuous, they basically go to, congratulations, you didn't die, assembly. So they go to, like, an assembly. And it's held outside, and as they're all standing there, this is where it's so fucking cool, chat. This is actually like where it's actually kind of a good story. So they get all in their place for assembly. They're all in a line. They're all in military formation, and then the dragons show up. And I will give this book credit. The dragons are really fucking cool in this. So a bunch of dragons show up, and they land on a stone structure, and, like, a bunch of kids, I say kids, they're adults, they're like 20, they are actual dragons, because wyverns are a different thing in this universe. So yes, they are dragons, 4 legs, wings, tail, the whole kit and caboodle, but there's different types of dragons, but we'll get to that. Can the dragons speak, or we'll get to that as well. So we'll talk about how the dragons work in this universe, but let's start with the mystery here, because we don't fully understand what the dragons can do. So they're doing post-survival assembly, and all the students are in rows, and then the dragons fly and land, and a bunch of people are like, holy fuck, I'm scared, and, like, turn and run, and the dragons just straight up just bam, fire breath and kill them. Like, no hesitation, like, dead. You are dead now. There's even, like, full-on descriptions of people, like, pissing themselves. Like, literally pissing themselves. And anyone who tries to run is just, like, burnt to death and is just dead. No weakness. No cowardice. Not at Dragon College. So main character Chan is like, oh fuck, oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit. And the teachers are like, welcome to Dragon School. Ignore the fact that a bunch of people just died. We're gonna go over who's gonna be under what command. And as they're, like, deciding whose command everyone's gonna be under, main character girl keeps getting looked at by this really scary blue dragon. This, like, navy blue dragon just keeps looking at her. Like, And main character girl is like, bruh, I'm here at dragon school. And so they're like, oh, you know, these cadets, you're gonna be under childhood friends division. But then Xanax is there. Xanax is at the assembly. So Xanax is there, and he goes over and he like whispers to some of the logistics of people, and it's announced. I'm about to get hit really hard. Owie. It is announced that yes, indeed, main character Chan will be under the command of childhood friend Kun, but childhood friend Kun and everyone under him will now be under command of Xanax. And it's just like, oh no, Xanax, you bastard, man. So, ow. So now main character Chan is like, shit, I got Jack who wants to kill me, Xanax who wants to kill me, everyone else who wants to kill me, but I have a main... Wait, hold on. This kid is the son of the former rebel leader, and he's allowed to be in a position of responsibility. Yeah, because they have to do dragon school, because it's got a high mortality rate, and they basically have a mark on them, so this is really actually kind of cool. We'll get to why it's fine for them to be in positions of power. I'll explain why. Actually, I'll just fucking explain it right now. So, basically, when the rebellion happened... all of the rebels got put to death. Their children were essentially allowed to live, but no one really knows why. But the king had his dragon. I feel like a program with a high mortality rate would be detrimental to building your armory. Counter argument, dragons are fucking insane in this universe. Like, they're like, oh my god. So the king's dragon basically marked all of the children of the rebels with a rebel mark, which basically is just a mark that indicates that they're rebels. And there's also laws that, like, people with rebel marks can't be in groups bigger than 3, essentially, to avoid them attempting to try another rebellion, more or less. Yeah, I feel like yeah. So main character Chan is like, shit, god damn it, I'm now under the control of the guy who wants to murder me real good. This fucking sucks. And so begins their first training. And the main training is, essentially, they gotta learn how to fucking fight. And when I mean, like, straight up, like, Rocky Balboa, like, blades and weapons. It's also worth pointing out that main character Chan, she's not good at fighting, so she brought daggers because she's faster. Like, she's not a strong fighter, she's a very dexterous fighter. Everyone's like, why are they letting the rebels fight? Because they're gonna fight to prove their honor to the nation. It's just like, okay, well, if you're truly not rebellious, then fight and die in war and take on the hardest, like, way of joining the military. Either die on your way there or die in battle. So, main character Chan and Shu friend, they get a room, like, they get their basically, like, bunk bedroom, and have to stay there as cadets until they get dragons, because, you know, you only get a bedroom when you get a dragon, if you get a dragon. So, you know, they're like, okay, we gotta start, like, fucking fighting now. And so, main character Chan is just like, I am horseshit at fighting. I'm really bad at fighting. And so, they go out to their first day of fighting class, essentially. So, oh my god, fight class. Again, this is where, like, things might be out of order. So, main character Chan shows up to fight class. And sure enough, she sees, Xanax, and then 2 more rebels. A girl with colored hair called Imogen, and a basically big dude who I forgot his name, but he's a big dude. That's kind of his defining trait. He is Xanax's, like, muscle dude. Same year as him. Amogus? Sure, yeah. Her name's Imogen, but Amogus works just fine, I guess. So, main character Chan is like, I gotta fight. She basically shows up for fight class, and the rebels start, you know, her mother killed their family, essentially. So, the rebels are like, hey, main character, fuck you. You and your mother. Your mother killed my mom. Eat a dick. And so, main character Chan is just like, oh, you wanna fight? You wanna go? And so, Amogus is like, yeah, let's fight. Let's go. So, Amogus and main character Chan hit the mat, and as they're getting ready to fight, this is so great, I fucking love this bit. This is like, I hope I'm not like sounding like I'm a crazy person for liking this, but it's the absurdity of it.
Love you.
Welsh, hello, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub for 59 months. Going gambling, Monty? We're summarizing a romance novel. I hope you're ready for this. I hope everyone's enjoying this right now. Happy New Year's, everybody. Welcome to my nightmare. So Amogus and main character Chan hit the mat, and Amogus is like, we're fighting. And so immediately, it's like a full-on, like, meow, it's a cat fight. It's going on, okay? So, they're fighting, and, like, main character Chan, who, by the way, has been freaking out about her survival the whole time, like, she's being a huge asshole towards this rebel girl, is like, yeah, my mom killed your mom. Suck a fart, loser. So, Amogus is like, you know what? I'm turbo pissed. I'm gonna use my dragon powers, and proceeds to break her arm. Main character Chan gets her arm fucking broken. So here we go about dragon powers. So the reason why... So dragons are all powerful beings that, like, need and require good respect, essentially. The reason why dragons are so, like, keen on, like, basically letting people ride them is because the dragons can bond to a person. Like, a magical bond is formed. The dragon gets access to, basically, latent powers, and the human riding it gets a power unique to them and that dragon, basically. And it can come in many forms. Additionally, when a person bonds with a dragon, they can psychically communicate with one another. And only they have that power. They can psychically communicate with each other. So, personas. I have not played Persona, so I'm gonna just nod and say sure. Sure, yeah, it's like a persona. So basically, if you bond to a dragon, you get, like, superpowers and, like, you know, you get a fucking dragon. So, Amogus in the ring basically calls upon her dragon's power and proceeds to break main character Chan's arm for talking smack, which honestly, a bit deserved, to be real with you. She was being a huge dick. It's worth pointing out, before this fight happens, though, this is so great, I love this part. So, before Amogus and main character Chan get into the ring to break bones, on the mat to the left of them, guess who shows up but motherfucking Jack. Jack shows up, and is, like, fighting a kid, and I want you guys to guess what Jack does as he's got a kid in a headlock. Yeah, he snaps a kid's neck. Worth pointing out that the teachers are explicitly like, hey, no killing when you're fighting training. You can't kill anybody on the mats, which is what they call, like, where they fight. He's like, no killing on the mats. But, you know, Jack is a silly goober and just goes ahead and just straight up snaps a kid's neck. And the teachers are like, hey, you did a murder. And he goes, oh, I didn't know my own strength. That was an accident. That was a tee-hee, ooh-woo little accident that I did. And the teachers were like, oh, okay. And then he turns towards main character Chan and goes, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you just like that. In front of the teachers. Oh my god, it's so... Jack is the greatest character of all time, I swear to God. This world was built for him. So anyway, main character Chan gets her arm broken, and so she has to go to Super Hospital. And that's where we learn more about dragon powers. So she has to go see what's called a mender. Now, a mender essentially is a person who has a dragon, and their power is that they can mend things. They can mend physical objects back to a complete form, and they can also just like straight up heal severe injuries that would require like surgeries or multiple like years of recovery in like an instant amount of time. You still do have to recover, but it just quickly fixes everything essentially. So main character Chan goes to the mender, and we also learn as well, main character Chan's brother who died, he was a mender too, as well. Her brother was a mender as well. Yeah, it's like the cantrip mending from D&D, but on like steroids, ostensibly. So she gets healed up, and she's like, "Son of a bitch! I just got my ass handed to me. Like, just immediately got my ass whooped." And so she's like, "I gotta like actually fight people to like actually like, you know, survive the school to get to like the next stage of like the challenges, and I gotta be able to like fight up people." So her arm is still recovering. She's like, it's like fixed, but it's like, you know, still not at 100%. Excuse me. So she's like, shit, I need a plan. Cause like, if I can't fight, that's basically fucking it. Cause Jack is just gonna do as he says. He's just gonna fucking murder me. I love Jack. I love that Jack shows up like, "I'm gonna kill ya. I'm gonna kill ya." It's so great. I love it. So main character Chan is just like, I what do I do? Like, how do I become stronger? And she's like, wait a second. Choto, a minute. I wasn't trained as a fighter. I was trained as a scribe. I'm like smart. Like, I got wrinkles in my brain. I can use my intelligence to like win, essentially. So she's like, okay, I gotta use my brain. She then goes to not fighting class, which is essentially like, basically like cool school, you know, like Harry Potter, where it's like, I never got, like, also fuck Harry Potter, but like, you know, you ever watched like read or stuff where it's like, oh, we gotta go to like cool school where we have to do like potions and get to do magic and shit, but ugh, studying, am I right? So they go to learn about like basically past wars, current situations as well, and like different things, like different information. One of the things they talk about is how essentially the Griffin Riders have been attacking the border, like the border villages of the country, and going after the wards. And the wards are like these magical wards that are meant to keep enemies out and like amplify a dragon's power, basically. So main character Chan shows up for class. She, of course, you know, she trained to be a scribe. She's fucking smart as shit. Asks all the right questions, answers all the right questions. So all of her like peers, at this point she's got Shoe Friend. There's a guy who's like, there's a bunch of side characters. There's like Shoe Friend, who's like the main friend. There's also like a Sokka, like Avatar Last Airbender Sokka equivalent. There's a kid who's like indecisive constantly. And then like a few assholes, because, you know, Jack is not enough. We need some more assholes in the story. And so she's super good at school. And so all the people who are good at fighting are like, hey, here's the deal. We'll teach you how to fight, but in exchange you have to help us with like being smart. And she's like, all right, deal. So she's like, okay, cool. I got some people who are gonna like train me how to fight, but I'm still not gonna win because I'm still physically weaker, and I just got my arm broke. So I need to like figure out a way to fight that's like both, you know, not gonna kill me, but I could also win. So this is great. I actually fucking love this. So she is like, hey, there's a berry tree. Like, there's a tree nearby that has the specific berry that by itself is totally fine, but if you dry them out, they're a very potent poison. So, main character Chan, basically, oh man, I love her teacher too. I forgot to mention this. The teacher in, like, Cool School, his, like, dragon power is that whatever he can visualize in his brain, he can, like, project like a projector. So if he, like, wants to think of an image, he can, like, project it as, like, an illusion that everyone can see. So what main character Chan does is she goes up to him, like, she finds out who she has to fight, basically, because they, like, listen, this is who you're gonna fight. She finds who she has to fight. She goes up to that teacher and goes, hey, I'm looking for this person. Do you know where I can find them? And then the teacher, like, will, like, create an illusion of them, and so she knows what they look like, but doesn't interact with them. So that way she knows who to poison. So she's like, if I get these berries, I can make a poison. So she goes out at night, hidden in a cloak, and climbs up a tree next to a giant raging river, and is like, I gotta pick these berries. So she climbs up the tree and starts picking berries, and then she hears some noise beneath her. And as she looks down, who does she see but Xanax? Not just Xanax, but a bunch of rebels. About 7 of them, which, if you guys recall, I said earlier, is super illegal. They are not allowed to meet in groups bigger than 3. And she's like, oh shit, they might be doing rebel shit. I gotta, like, listen in on this, but also, oh shit, if they catch me up here, they could just straight up fucking throw me in the river and kill me, and all of these people fucking hate me. Because Xanax is there, Amogus is there, Thick Shoulders McBeefcake is there, and, like, 3 first-year students. And, like, she's like, oh man, what evil things are they planning? Chat, I hope you're enjoying this, by the way. I hope you guys are enthralled by this summary so far. Who's the beef man? You just need to know he's the beef man. He's the beef, he's Rebel Beef Man. He's Xanax's, like, best friend and bodyguard dude, basically. That's all you need to know. So she's, like, she's up in this tree, like, listening in on their conversation. She's like, what nefarious things are they up to? And literally, it's just the first-year Rebel students going, oh, jeez, man, I'm nervous. Like, this is, like, it's either this or I straight up die. This sucks. And so Xanax and, you know, the Beef Brigade and Amogus are like, hey, like, you know, we can help you out. Here's some advice. And she's like, oh, they're not, like, you know, planning to, like, do evil rebel stuff. They're just helping their, like, friends who are, like, forced to do this. And so she's like, oh, this is actually kind of like, you know, they're kind of just, like, rallying together to support each other, you know, as they have to go through dragon school, which is something they don't really want to do, but they have to do because their parents betrayed the, you know, betrayed the nation, teehee. So, main character girl is still up in the tree, and then they're just like, she's like, oh, this is actually a nice conversation. And then, Amogus is just like, so when are we gonna kill that bitch main character Chan? And Xanax is just like, oh, don't you worry, I have plans for murdering her. And everyone was like, well, good, excellent. We don't like her because she did a murder on our family. And, you know, main character Chan is like, oh, shit, god damn it, of course. He's like, don't worry about it, my friends. I will deal with her when the time is right. And so they peace out, and she's still in the tree. And then Xanax still stays there, and then he looks up and goes, what are you doing sneaking around right now? And this is the point in the book where things take an interesting turn, chat. She climbs out of the tree, brandishing her weapons, like, alright, we're about to fuck, this is it, this is how I die. And she's like, damn, why do I have to be murdered by someone so hot and sexy? And so Xanax... Yeah, by the way, Xanax is the love interest. Some people immediately called that shit right at the beginning, but yes, Xanax is the love interest in this story. But he has to kill her. I mean, like, her mom killed his dad, and, you know, there's drama there. So, Xanax is just like, well. sneaking around, are you? And she's just like, I ought to report your ass to, you know, you guys were gathering as, like, a group of, you know, a group of rebels and a group greater than 3. You can all get executed for that shit. And he goes, yeah, I could execute you right now, too. Are you gonna tell anybody? And she's just like, you know what? I don't think I am. And he goes, all right, I'm not gonna kill you tonight. So, deal's a deal. Take care. I guess I owe you one. So, have fun with that, main character Chan. She also learns that he can control shadows because she, like, throws a dagger at him and he catches it with a shadow, which is so Sasuke Uchiha coded, I can't even begin to believe. Yeah, literally, kill you later. So, he fucks off. She's, like, confused. She's like, why didn't he just kill me? She's like, why didn't he just kill me? He had every right to just kill me. So, she gets her berries, she makes poison, she poisons her opponent, proceeds to fight that opponent, and the opponent throws up and loses the match. And everyone's like, oh shit, okay. She then proceeds to poison every single opponent that she has. So every time she fights someone, she's like, she first starts with, wow, not suspicious at all? Guys! I'm just gonna say it right now, these teachers fucking suck ass. They're the worst at, like, upholding the not murder rule. They're also, yeah, there are no rules for poisoning, either. And she doesn't get caught, so, you know. So, she starts winning all her matches, while she's also training to actually become, you know, good at fighting. Didn't mention them before, well, I have mentioned them before. Childhood friend Kun is just, like, constantly like, we can get you out of here. You gotta get out of here. You can't go to dragon school. You're gonna fucking die. And she's just like, I'm so committed right now. And he's like, dude, Xanax is gonna kill you. You're gonna die. And she's like, no, I gotta do this. My mom will find out. I have to be in dragon school. Childhood friend Kun, again, is just very much like, get out of here. You shouldn't be here. You gotta give up on your dreams. But she's like, I gotta stay, my mom will find out, I got no choice, like, you know. She's also like, I'm intrigued by what's going on, and the fact that there's a lot of hot shirtless men around me. What is this book? It's called Fourth Wing. So, she basically is, like, gonna fight another opponent, and she's like, hell yeah, alright. I poisoned the shit out of this guy too, and I'm gonna just win. So she shows up to her match, and her opponent doesn't show up, and she's like, cool, so I automatically win, right? And fucking Xanax is like, no you don't, you're gonna fight me, and everyone's like, that's bullshit, he's gonna kill her, blah 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 blah, and like, best friend Kun is like, oh my god, no, oh my god, no, this is how it fucking ends, this is how she dies, no 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 no. She enters into the battle arena with Xanax, and she's like, oh shit. And like Xanax, of course, being the cool, sexy upperclassman, they start fighting, and it is incredibly sexually charged, because of course it is, it's a fucking romance novel. So, they're fighting, he's like, kinda teasing her, and like, you know, playing with her a little bit. Yeah, an incredibly sexually charged fight. And he basically reveals that he knows that she's been poisoning her competition, and he's just like, I see, this is how you fight when you haven't poisoned your competition, and she's like, how could he have known? So they fight, he ends up winning, but she's not hurt, and like, everyone's like, oh my god, he didn't kill her, what the hell, he's been wanting, like, he said he's gonna kill her for like forever, doesn't kill her, and she's left super confused. I'm trying to remember if I forget anything. I'm trying to make sure I don't forget anything important. No, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. So, because you can't kill on the practice. Why exactly, right? But here's the thing. We already know that rule's dubious at best, considering the fact that fucking Jack just straight up murked a kid. But, you know, whatever. So, she's super confused. She's like, why isn't he killing me? God, he's so hot. I want to kiss him on his stupid face. You know, classic shit like that. And so she basically is like, you know, learning how to fight with her friends. she's teaching people. Oh yeah, then we get to the class. Hold on, that reminds me. Shit. So they're, you know, she's having a Rocky Balboa montage for like fighting. Her friends are teaching her how to fight. And then one day in class, they learn about the dragons, which again, very cool moment. Poggers, we got dragon talk, let's go. So they learn that the amount of dragons that are available, there's like 200 something students, like 200 cadets this year, and there's like 78 dragons that are looking for riders this year, which is, you know, pretty interesting. I knew the romance aspect of the story was coming, but I really hate that it's here. Oh honey, you have a big storm coming. Oh honey. Oh Vardix. Oh Vardix, my friend. I'm putting a hand on your shoulder. It hasn't even begun. So, they basically are a dragon class, and they learn about a bunch of dragons that are going to be there. One of which is a particularly interesting dragon. It is a black dragon, whose rider died during the rebellion. The rider of the black dragon, ostensibly had the power... The rider had the power to transfer energy, the rider of the black dragon. And he died because he tried to resurrect someone on the battlefield, essentially. So, the Black Dragon's rider died trying to revive somebody, but main character Chan is like, wait a second, I think I know who the person was that was trying to be revived. And she learns from the teacher that the Black Dragon's rider tried to revive her brother, who died on the battlefield, but he failed and basically just died. Oh, Nikki, you would love this book, I think. Like, again, this is not for me, but there is some really good shit in there. And if you like a good romance, I think it's, you know, not that bad. So, she's like, oh shit, this dragon, like, died trying to, like, save my brother. And, like, Jack, the goat, the murder goat of the school is like, that dragon will be my dragon, for only that, a dragon that strong will only want the strongest of warriors. Like, you might as well give up on your dream. Oh, god damn it. You might as well give up on your dreams. Like, main character Chan, that dragon's gonna be mine. And she's like, alright, yeah, sure, whatever. Dickhead. So, they start preparing for something called the Gauntlet, which basically is a giant vertical obstacle course. And one of their classmates, Acrobat Girl, I forgot to mention her, but a lot of the characters are like, side characters don't really come up too much. They're preparing for something called the Gauntlet, and they're, like, training. And basically the Gauntlet is meant to emulate what it would be like to be on the back of a dragon. You know, climbing on it, you know, mounting it, all that jazz. Because dragons are not going to, you know, dragons are not going to take it easy on you. They're gonna, like, be difficult the whole way through. And if you don't rise to the occasion, well, you can go fuck yourself, basically. So, they start working on the Gauntlet, and Acrobat Girl is like, guys... Holy shit, I am so jazzed for this! My dad was a dragon rider, and he built me and my brother a bunch of, like, obstacle courses. This is gonna be so awesome. And so, they start doing the obstacle course, and, like, they're doing okay. And the only safety that they have for this obstacle course is, like, some ropes you might happen to grab before plummeting to your fucking death, essentially. So, main character girl is, like, training, but she's stuck on this one part because she's too short to reach one of the sections. She's like, I gotta reach this, like, chimney section, but I don't have the height to get there. And so she's, like, practicing, and Acrobat Girl is, like, helping her out because she's been helping Acrobat Girl out with, like, school, basically. Like, she's been helping her with, like, tests and stuff and, like, the actual, like, written part of the class and whatnot. So, they're, like, running, and as they're running, a giant green dragon flies overhead, and main character girl looks up, and they're on, like, a seesaw part of the obstacle course, and when she looks over, she sees that Acrobat Girl has got distracted by the dragon, and fell off of the seesaw, and fell to her death. And, like, that was, like, the first kind of death in the story that's, like, actually kind of sad, because that character, like, is a fun character. until her demise. So, main character Chan goes through main character Chan depression and is like, holy shit, like, the gauntlet's really hard because, like, she can't get past this one chimney part. And when the day comes of, like, the trial, the actual proper gauntlet, if she doesn't get over, she's got two choices. She either gets over that jump she can't reach, or she fucking dies just like Acrobat Girl. Also, another little morbid bit. Every single day, there's a new day in the book. There's literally a guy whose job it is to say who died that day, like the previous day. Who's like, today, so like yesterday, so and so, so and so, and so and so has died. May the god Malik take their souls into the afterlife for all time to come. It's like, Jesus Christ, okay. So, they're training. Main character Chan is like, I am so fucked right now. I don't know what to do. So she starts to think, and she's like, God damn it. How do I, like, there's nothing anyone can do to, like, train me to be better at this. So she's like, I gotta be smart again. I gotta tap into my, like, my scribe knowledge and, like, figure out a loophole here. There's gotta be some way. And so she starts thinking and, like, planning, and, you know, once again, childhood friend Kun is like, give up on your dreams, go home, don't try. Clearly you can't do it, you should just give up, you know. Great friend, by the way. Super encouraging. What a good guy. And, like, legitimately, though, I can't remember when it happens. I think, like, she gets really mad at him. Yeah, she got the other boot back from Boot Friend. It was a temporary boot exchange. So, yeah, at one point she, like, chews out Best Friend Kun for being such an asshole, which I think is honestly quite refreshing. Like, Best Friend Kun is like, give up on your dreams, you're gonna die, and she's like, bitch, you have not, like, had faith in me this whole time. If you're just gonna be an asshole telling me what I can't do, then just fuck off. And he's like, oh, sorry, and, like, he's like, oh, I'm your best friend, I'm sorry. Yeah, best friend Kun is, like, basically like, oh, we can hide you. We can lie to your mom, and we'll just sneak you into the scribes, and, like, all the teachers will be in on it, and your mother will never know. And she's like, my mom's literally the second in command of the military. She's gonna fucking find out. Are you kidding me? So, yeah, she chews out best friend Kun. She's like, I gotta be smart here. To be fair, you can hide a lot in bureaucracy. True. Yeah, mother always knows. So, the day comes. It's Gauntlet Day. They have to go through the Gauntlet, and if they survive the Gauntlet, they basically make it to a place called the Dragon Vale. Now, the other reason the dragons want to, like, have dragon riders, I'm almost gonna pour myself some tea. The other reason that the dragons want dragon riders is because, their breeding grounds, like their hatching and breeding grounds, are in the kingdom of main character Chan's kingdom, basically. So if people are attacking, that kind of fucks up the dragons. So the dragons are like, no. Like, we need protection too. So we'll have this alliance with you humans where you can ride us and we get powers and blah, blah, blah. So, the day of the Gauntlet comes. Main character Chan is like, I have a plan. And so they start to do the Gauntlet. People are fucking falling and dying. Oh, the dragons are huge. The black dragon in particular is, like, absolutely massive, like, huge. Like, we're talking like Game of Thrones Drogon sized, basically. Like, we're kind of working in that scale. Yeah, these dragons are like big, titanous, like, cool fuckers. Okay, so the Gauntlet happens. I'm just gonna take a quick little pause so we can just talk about this part. Because if not, I will get my ducks in a row. So, main character girl is on the Gauntlet. Kids are fucking falling and dying. And at one point, main character girl, like, falls, but grabs the rope and manages to climb back out. She gets out, and, she gets to the point where she's been stuck this whole time. But she has her daggers. So she's like, alright, sick. She does, like, a cool Mirror's Edge run wall jump, and then, like, stabs a dagger just whap into the rock, uses that to, like kind of bring herself up. And then she gets on top, and she reaches the top, and all of her friends are like, let's go! Like, let's go, you did it! But then, childhood friend Kun, his friend, so another character has been added to this this plot. Childhood friend Kun has his best friend, who's like, hey, wait a second, that's bullshit. You're not allowed to use weapons in the gauntlet. That's against the rules. The gauntlet clearly states that the only thing you're allowed to use is yourself. And main character Chan is just like, actually, technically, I did use only myself. Because written in the rule book, it states that any item you bring with you when you cross the parapet is technically part of your body. Legally. So the daggers, which I brought with me, like these 2 daggers I brought with me over the parapet and are therefore part of my body. Therefore, by using them in the gauntlet, I have not used a weapon. I have used a part of my body. And main childhood friend Kun's friend is like, what the that was only made so that way people couldn't steal shit. And she goes, yeah, but technically it's correct. And childhood friend Kun is just like, technically that is correct. And his friend is like, that's bullshit, I'm out of here. And the teachers are like, technically that is correct. So she finds a loophole and manages to make it to the end of the gauntlet, basically. Because she got a big wrinkle brain. It's actually kind of smart. I do kind of like that, because there's a lot of different obviously I'm recapping everything, but like they mentioned the rules several times. And like, yeah, she was using the daggers in her hand-to-hand combat training. She just couldn't kill anybody with them. Like, you're not allowed to kill anybody. So she could technically use her daggers. Nothing in the rulebook says a dog can't play. Exactly. So, they make it to the top of the gauntlet. They make it to the top of the mountain. And it's time to meet the dragons. Specifically, it's time for them to walk past the dragons. And let them basically see who the recruits are that year. I hope you're enjoying this chat, by the way. I hope you're enjoying this fucking madness. We haven't gotten to the crazy shit yet. So, basically, and this was something really cool, they actually set up in, like, Cool School that different dragons, and I love this lore, I do love this a lot, like, there's actually some genuinely good lore. So, some of the dragons like to be approached in different ways. So, for example, green dragons want you to be upfront and honest, but polite. So if you talk to a green dragon, be polite to them, be honest. Like, never hide anything from a green dragon. That will piss them off. Red dragons, you can only approach red dragons from the right. If you approach a red dragon from the left, that is an insult to them and they get to kill you.
Love you.
So, like, there's, like, there's these different rules. Like, each dragon wants to be approached. Oh yeah, dragons can, free ball. Dragons can kill as many students as they want. If they're like, this person's a bitch, they die. They're like, oh, bitch, death. Like, it's like, no hesitation. So, each dragon has a different way of, like, approaching things. And there also are some rare dragons, and there's also different tails. This is the thing I like. There's different tail types, too. There are mace tails, dagger tails, sword tails. There's, like, different tailed dragons, which indicates kind of, like, a subspecies. So, there's a rare tail called a feather tail. And feather tails are extremely fickle, elusive dragons that never bond to humans. And they're very small dragons. And the students hear a rumor that, hey, there's gonna be a feather tail at this, with all the dragons in the Vale right now. And everyone's like, that's super weird. Like, feather tails never show up for shit like this. They're usually only there because they're curious. So basically, the kids are lined up, and they're basically told, like, okay, you're gonna walk from point A to point B. If anyone dies, just wait for the fire to go out and then keep walking. Which is just like, Jesus Christ, man. So, like, okay, if someone gets absolutely fucking murdered, like, just ignore it, wait for the fire to go out, and keep moving. But yeah, all the dragons breathe fire. They're classical, like, fire-breathing dragons. But lightning is cool, Sag. Foreshadowing is a literary device. So they're put in a line, and they're basically told, like, hey, just talk to each other just casually so the dragons can get a good, like, sense of your personality, basically. So they start walking, and they're walking, they're just having casual conversations, talking about their families and stuff like that. Like, they can't look at the dragons, like, they're supposed to just walk in a line, don't look at the dragons, like, don't look the dragons in the eye, like, you know, be super respectful, and, like, oh my god, I went right through that item. I must ask how these dragons are giving you D&D ideas. I can't say that, it's a spoiler. Listen, I'm gonna say this right now, like, I'll talk about it afterwards, but I like to read a myriad of different types of books for different types of inspirations, and sometimes reading a book that isn't, like, totally up to par is great for, like, creative ideas, because it's like, how would I do this thing, you know? Anyway, so they get in a line, they start walking, they're walking in a row, they're just talking about random stuff. Also, worth pointing out, this really has no bearing on anything else, but I feel like I should mention this now. Shoe friend, the friend who was lent the shoe, she gets it, dude. Like, she, like... I'm trying to wiggle my eyebrows right now, like... You know what I mean? Like, she Boba, she got the riz. Yeah, she's got the riz, and she has many relations in the book. She is a purveyor of the booty, as it were. So they're walking, right? Everything's going good. They're not looking up at anything. They're just talking and walking. And then all of a sudden, 2 big green dragons land next to their group. And everyone's like, what the fuck do we do? And, main character girl is like, oh, I know why they're doing this. And she, like, walks in front of the group and is like, oh, hey, like, I bet you can smell, like, my sister's dragon. She's like, my sister gave me this armor. It has the scales of her dragon named so-and-so. That's, you know, that's what that is. And the dragons are like, yeah, alright. And so they, like, leave, and she goes back into the group, and she's like, oh my god! Oh my god. And, like, they get back in the line, and then Indecisive Kid leads the front, and, like, the path splits off, and he goes, oh, geez, do we go left or do we go right? I don't know which one to choose. And a dragon just fucking kills him for being indecisive. Just straight up murders him. Yeah, immediately immolated. Exactly. Yeah, that poor I knew he was gonna die. I'm like, this kid can't make up his mind. He's gonna reach a point where he can't make up his mind. A dragon's just gonna pop him like a zit. So, he gets killed, and they keep walking, and then what appears in front of them but a feather tail? The feather tail is tiny. It's only the size of, like, a person. But it's, like, gold. And as the namesake would suggest, it has a feathery tail. So, the feather tail, like, looks at them, and motherfucking Jack, because again, Jack is in the lineup, by the way. Jack is with them, because he's also a first year. Jack is like... Jack straight up looks at that dragon and is like, fuck this dragon! This dragon's weak! How dare this thing exist when it's so weak and pathetic? God! This thing sucks ass! It sucks monumental butts! This thing is the dumbest thing ever. And the dragons do not give a shit at all, by the way, as he's doing this. Like, the dragons don't care, and he's like, this dragon fucking sucks! This dragon sucks ass! They're like, wow, that's a feather tail. We've never, like, they're super rare. No one's ever seen them before. And Jack just straight up just stands there roasting the poor thing. Like, and everyone's like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. Like, and, like, he's like, oh, main character Chan, you should bond with that dragon. You two match each other perfectly. Just being a general asshole. So, they get to the end, and basically they're sent back because, you know, it was just the day for letting the dragons, like, kind of see them and decide for the next day. Because the next day comes the most intense event of the year, which is the threshing, where they basically go out and try and find a dragon. And yeah, the Feathertail doesn't give a fuck. It just sits there, it's just like, with a dumb, stupid look on its face. It doesn't even give a shit. Kid earlier got roasted alive for thinking too long. I know, but he was weak, and Jack is strong. Therefore, Jack doesn't die. So they go back, you know, and everyone's like, and again, once again, best friend Kun is just like, you might die tomorrow, and I feel bad about that. And she's like, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I'm a strong, independent woman. Is this just one book or a series? I have only read the first book. There is a second book, and then apparently the third one is coming out in the new year. Happy New Year's, everybody. So, threshing begins, and main character Chan is like, alright, I want to get a green dragon, just like my sister, because those green dragons stopped in front of me, and it would be super cool if I got the same dragon as my sister. I think that would be pretty, as the youths would say, PogChamp. Also, huge grab here, oh my god. So she's walking through the woods, and she stumbles across a green dragon. So she's like, she runs into a green dragon. She doesn't really feel anything, as they're like, oh, you should expect to, like, have a feeling when you get to know your dragon. And so, like, she doesn't really get a feeling in front of the green dragon. The green dragon looks at her, and she just bows in reverence to the green dragon. The green dragon's like, yeah, you better, and then, like, trudges away. So she's like, shit, okay, I gotta keep looking, and God, I hope I can find a dragon, or else all this sacrifice will be for nothing. She's romping through the woods, trying to be a little more stealthy-like, and who does she find but Jack? And Jack, I forgot to mention this, Jack has a posse of, like, fellow weak-hating losers. He has a group of murder friends who also hate the weak and think they deserve death above all else. So she's like, oh shit, what are these goons up to? And they're just like, alright, we're gonna find that Feathertail and we're gonna murder the shit out of it. We're gonna kill this weak-ass feathery dragon for the sake of the other dragons, because we hate weakness. Chat? Why though? Chat? Because weakness. Because chat, the dragon is weak. The dragon is weak! And it needs to die, because how dare it be weak? Jack and the Murder Brigade begin hunting dragons. Because Jack totally knows what makes a dragon weak, strong or weak. Yeah, Jack is the genius. He's the smartest. He's the greatest assessor of strength known to man. Truly. So Jack and the Murder Brigade are like, we're gonna murder this dragon. And main character Chan is like, shit. I gotta protect that dragon from these guys, because they're gonna just straight up, if they find the dragon, they're just gonna straight up murder him. So she, like, sets off like a ninja. No, not that art Jack. We're talking about someone who's stupid here. Unlike Jack, who is, in fact, pretty intelligent. Damn it, I have to take my dog out, but I don't want to miss any of the explanation. Listen. You'll have to fill in with context clues. Or someone in chat could help you out there, Taryn, but, like, take your dog out. They need to go pee-pee time. So, main character Chan is, like, basically, like, ninjaing ahead of Jack and his Murder Brigade, and she finds the Feathertail just vibing in a tranquil forest meadow. And she runs up to the dragon like, you gotta get out of here! Like, people are hunting you down, you gotta run! And she, like, tries to convince the dragon to, like, fly away. Get away, dragon, get away, it's not safe, you need to go! And so, she tries, and, like, the dragon is just like, What? Because it doesn't fucking speak English. So she's like, little dragon, Feathertail, you gotta get out of here, you gotta get out of here. And she's like trying to convince this thing to run, and she's like, God, this thing has no defense, like nothing to protect itself with. It's got no, no fire. It's got no, like, claws. It's just got, like, fangs, but that's it. I know you want to get to the crux of this great saga right now. Happy New Year's. Welcome to the book club. Chat, this is why I want to read more books, so we can have conversations like this. Where I can just go off about a book and be like, listen to this shit, chat. The plan is working. There is no plan, but I'm going to pretend that it is working. And then I'll get back... to describing the wonderful literary culinary delight that is Fourth Wing. Alright, well, back to it, I guess. Give me just 2 seconds, chat. I'm just gonna eat a snack just super quick, and we're gonna get back to Jack and his murder brigade trying to kill a dragon, okay? Don't go anywhere. I'll be like 2 seconds. I swear to God, chat. I'm not gonna be that long.
I love you.
Oh my God. What the hell? Oh my God, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Valorant?
I love you.
Who the fuck is Valorant? Isn't that a game? Oh wait, it was Probate? Wait, who's Valorant?
Love you.
Dude, you broke my chat! I can't even see how many subs you gave me, you broke it. How many... And then Valorant... Who the fuck is Valorant?
I love you.
Oh my God. Joseph L. Frog. Oh no, Legendary Frog is here. It's here me. What the fuck? What the hell was that? Oh my God, thank you so much, Probate. Is that 100? I can't tell.
You.
Chat? Oh my God, Happy New Year, everybody. Enjoy a sub, enjoy your emotes. Valorant is doing a promo where they give bonus subs. I dropped 100 and they give 70? Holy shit.
You.
God damn. I'm so excited too. I hope people stick around because the book club is about to get fucking wild. I'm just like, if you guys thought like what leading up to like, everything leading up to this point is like crazy. I hope you guys are ready for some insane shit. What is the book? It's called Fourth Wing. It's a smut book about military dragon riders.
You.
Oh, I didn't know there was gonna be smut in the story. Oh, honey.
Love
You got a big storm coming. I was never warned of smut. Uh-oh.
I love you.
Oh! Chat, I'm not gonna go into detail, but yeah, it's straight up porb. Alright, well, Probate, thank you so much. God, look at all of them. Oh my God.
Love you.
So, I gotta give the people what they want. I mean, you guys clearly want to know. I hope Taryn took their dog out to use the bathroom.
I love
Oh my God.
you.
I'm so committed. I am not, like, I'm sorry, chat. We've made, like, a blood pact together, alright? You guys are not leaving until you hear the rest of this. I'm sorry.
You.
Look, and you even get a sub out of being, you get a book club sub from Probate. On a scale from 1 to 10, what is the spice level? Probably a 9. Probably a 9. I don't, here's the thing. Like,
I love
how do I say this? I am not a appreciator of smut. I never have been. I appreciate good writing.
I
So,
love you.
It's a hard thing for me to gauge. I will say this. Writing we'll get to it. When we get there, we'll get to it. But, like, honestly, not that bad.
I love you.
It seems well written. From, like, and, like, my other exposure is, like, 50 Shades of Grey and shit. But that's, like, you know, bottom of the barrel garbage. You know what I mean? Like, that...
I love you.
Like, I've heard people quoting, you know, 50 Shades at, like, conventions and stuff. But I have read some other stuff. It just happens to be in books that I'm reading. breasting boobily down the stairs. Again, we'll get to it. You have to stick around. I'm not gonna spoil anything right until the end. So Jack and his murder gang are trying to hunt down and kill the feather-tailed dragon. And main character Chant is like, finds the feather-tailed dragon and is like, no, feather-tailed dragon, fly away, be free. Like, don't get murdered.
I love you.
Wait, and the feather dragon is like, literally stares at her with dial-up noises, like, huh? She's like trying to protect this feather dragon.
I love you.
Don't be weak, be like Jack. Oh, chat, do not. Chat's gonna start funneling. Anytime I don't take a strength option, chat's gonna be like, oh, you're weak, you need to die.
I love you.
That would be so funny. You should do that, chat. Anytime I don't take, like, a strength increase item, you need to be like, ooh, I'm gonna kill you. I kind of like the dark sword. We're gonna go for the dark sword. Okay, you gain 1 strength when you deal a critical hit, and you start a fight with, okay,
I love
natural
you.
strength. We gotta go natural strength, right? Start each fight with 3 strength. I mean, come on. You gotta be innately strong. Jack would have chosen the sword, too. Fuck off, chat. Okay, so, God, I keep getting distracted.
Love you.
Goodness gracious. So, she's like, fly away, feather dragon, get away, Jack's gonna murder you with his murder gang. And then the feather dragon is like, dial-up noises, doesn't understand at all what's going on.
Love you.
And then guess who comes out of the fucking bushes? But Jack and his murder boys, and they're like, well, 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 what do we have here? If it isn't the weak bitch and the weak dragon.
you.
Hell yeah. It's two for one deal on murdering weak people. Let's go. And main character Chan is like, Jack, you're an asshole, and I'm not gonna let you kill this dragon. I'm gonna defend this
love
dragon with my
you.
life. And Jack is like, all right, and starts fighting her. So they start fighting. They start like actually duking it out, and she fucking stabs him. She stabs Jack in the shoulder, and Jack is like,
love
owie, owie.
you.
And guess what Jack does, chat? He gets stabbed in the shoulder by main character girl. He turns and he fucking runs. He runs like a little bitch. He runs into the forest and points at his dude and goes, kill her. And his 2 goons are like, all right. And they like pull out their weapons and they get ready to start like killing her.
I love you.
And so they get ready to kill her, and then they hear something land behind them. And, like, they both, like, turn around. And guess who's behind them but Xanax? But here's the thing.
I love you.
Xanax can't, like, get in the way of the threshing. He can only observe, essentially. So, like, the 2 goons are like, oh, Xanax, are you gonna, like, stop us from murdering this girl and this dragon? And Xanax is like, well, I can't, even if I wanted to. Like, I just gotta stand here and watch. And then main character Chan also learns that Xanax's dragon is the giant navy blue dragon that was like staring her down during like the coronation, like the lineup post-parapet like military assembly thing. And she's like, shit, that's his dragon? And his dragon is like this badass navy blue, scarred up, like mean looking dragon.
I love you.
And so he's like, I can't do shit. She's on her own. And so the goons are like, all right, let's duke it out. Let's fight. And so they start fighting, and Xanax is like, hey, behind you. And she like turns, like he's basically calling out when one of the guys is gonna jump her. And the guys are like, you can't get involved. He was like, I can say what I'm seeing. There's nothing that says I can't say what I'm seeing.
I love
So
you.
she, like, keeps fighting them. And, like, she gets stabbed in the shoulder, but she doesn't run away. She gets stabbed in, like, the thigh. And, like, still fights because she wants to protect this dragon.
I love you.
And so she's, like, fighting. She's protecting this dragon. And then there's a sound. There's a voice that enters her head and says, hold strong. Like, keep fighting. And she's like, who is that?
I love
Who's that
you.
voice in my mind? And she keeps fighting, and then all of a sudden, coming down from the sky, lands the giant black dragon.
I love you.
The giant black dragon lands on the ground, and immediately looks at one of the goons, unhinges his jaw, and just kills him. And the other one is like, oh, fuck this,
love
and like
you.
runs away. And she's like, oh my god, what is happening? And the black dragon is just like, get on. She's like, huh?
I
What?
love you.
And like, she's not out of the woods yet though, because you can still die after getting your dragon. So she like gets on the dragon, and the dragon's like, my name is Terra Tanathar, or something like that, like some long ass dragon name. And he's like, you can call me Terran for short, which by the way, incredibly jarring for me. Any Prince Division fans in chat would know that there is in fact a character in Prince Division called Terran. However, it is spelt differently, but it's still like, oh, I see, Naruhodo. So she, like, Terran is, like, big. He's the biggest dragon that's available. So she immediately is like, I can't get on his back. And he does something that dragons never do. He, like, leans down so she can get on. And she's like, whoa, what? And he's like, climb on. I don't want you to stab me with your daggers. And she's like, fair enough. So she, like, climbs onto the dragon, gets on, and he, like, you know, woof, takes off into the air, and immediately she, like, falls off, and she's about to plummet to her death, and she's like, well, damn it. Like, I had a good run, I tried my best, but here I go. And so she's falling, and then Terran, again, does something a dragon normally would not do, and turns around and grabs her. And puts her back onto his back, and he uses magic to basically seatbelt her into place. And she's like, why are you doing this? And he's just like, I don't want you to fall off. And she's like, but I'm weak. That's weakness. Don't you want to kill me? And he goes, no. You've proven that you are a brave soul by defending the feather tail from those two cowards. And she's like, oh, cool. And then she, like, looks over, and sure enough, the feather tail is, like, following them. So, they're flying, and she actually watches, like, a bunch of people on their dragons, like, flying. But then she looks over, and she sees a girl riding on the back of a dragon, just gets bucked off, and just falls and dies. And they start flying around, and I wish they spent a little bit more time flying around, but they, like, fly around. Can't spend too much time flying around, not when there's shirtless men to describe. I hate how real that is, Impact Frame. I hate how real that is, Impact Frame. It's so true. It's so true, and you don't even know. You don't even know. So they're flying around. Everyone else is getting their dragon. It's super cool. Everyone's really, really hype and excited. And, like, she's relieved. She's like, oh my god, like, all of this, you know, all this effort, I finally have a dragon, and I have the strongest dragon of all, Terran, the black dragon, and I'm his new rider, and this is sick, this rules, this is awesome. Ooh. They're flying around. It's so hard to talk about the story with the fucking subscribe. I am thankful for the subscriptions, I really am, but man, Monita really loves us, guys. So they're flying around, and since this is like a threshing, which is like a big event, there's actually like a bunch of like official military people there, including, guess who, but main character Chan's mom. Her fucking second in command military mom is currently attending the threshing to see who, you know, how everything goes, basically. And so main character Chan flies in on the biggest dragon. So she lands, Terran and the Feathertail land, and like, oh man, her mom is there, and then childhood friend Kun is just like, oh my god, you did it, you actually got your dragon, and just kisses her. Childhood friend just kisses her on the face, and she's like, wow, I feel nothing towards that. So she's like, I feel nothing towards childhood friend Kun. Childhood friend Kun is like
I
fucking
love
blows.
you.
So yeah, so best friend Kun like
love
kisses her
you.
on the face. She's like, I feel nothing. And like she kind of chews him out like a little bit again.
I love you.
Whereas like Xanax is just like, bitch, like to the best friend, is like, bitch, you never had faith in her. You just kept telling her that she sucked ass. And best friend Kun was just like, I just didn't want to lose you, blah 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 blah. And so like there's trouble in paradise. Spends years negging her and then kisses her when she proves her wrong. Good work, you dink. Yeah, right? So, you know, Xanax is like, I respect her. She's like, you know, she's always been able to kind of like, you know, stop telling her she can't do it. So she's like,
I love
cool, I got a
you.
dragon now. Like, this rules. I like, this is sick. I'm like, now people won't murder me. This absolutely rules.
I love you.
And so the people who are there are like, okay, you need to go talk to the chronicler, because the chronicler will write down like your name and the name of your dragon for the chronicles, basically.
I love you.
And only you and the chronicler know the dragon's true name, basically. So, shout out to the person who asked if this is an IRL story.
I love
Dude, this happened last week. It was crazy, dude. That's such a real question. That's so great. I'm sorry. So, dude, Monty's love life is fucking crazy. So she goes up to the chronicler, and the chronicler is like, okay, what is your dragon's name? And she's like, and the dragon, and Terran is like, my name is Terranathar, to whatever, big name. And then another voice creeps into her mind and goes, oh, I am Aradin. And she turns towards the chronicler and goes, oh, and Aradin. And everyone loses their fucking mind because the Feathertail also becomes her dragon as well. I love how that chapter ends, because it's literally like, oh, and this name. And then the last line of the chapter is, and then all hell broke loose. She's bisexual? Yeah. Gee, main character Chan, why does mom let you have 2 dragons?
I love you.
So she gets 2 fucking dragons. And so she's like, hell yeah. So all the humans are like, no, that's not how this works.
You.
There can't be 2 dragons. There can only be 1 dragon. You can't have more than 1 dragon. But then the dragons have a dragon meeting.
You.
So the dragons have a dragon meeting and are just like, nah, it's legit. She gets 2 dragons. And all the humans are like, well, shit. And she's like, hell yeah, I have 2 dragons. Like, now no one will mess with me. But then, best friend Kun and, childhood friend Kun and Xanax are like, actually, murder is still on the table. You see, the people who didn't get dragons still get to stick around as, like, cadets. And they can still murder people. So if you're not careful, they'll murder you for a chance. And because you got Terran, the most sought after dragon ever, people are more likely gonna want to murder you now. And she's like, okay. So she is now target number 1, more so than before. Yeah, seize the means of dragon abduction. Fucking love you, chat. God, I love talking about this with you.
I love you.
What the hell? This school is so dumb. It's murder school. Mom says nothing, by the way. Mom is like, so, like, she's very much like with her daughter. She's like, the moment you become like a part of the military, I'm no longer your mother, I'm your superior officer.
Love you.
So mom just doesn't even acknowledge her, which is like, you know, obviously super sad for, you know, main character Chan. Yeah, she's super indifferent.
I love you.
It's called Fourth Wing. So main character Chan gets 2 dragons. She's now target number 1 at murder school. But chat, are you ready for a twist? Chat.
You.
Chat, are you ready for a twist? You ready for this shit? Are you guys ready for this fucking shit? You ready for the oh my god, this is the most, this is the most important detail of this entire fucking series. Are you ready? Is it sex? No. Kind of. That's a weird way to answer that, but just stay with me here. So I have not been ready for anything this whole synopsis. Oh, probate. Oh, probate. It gets better. And by better, I mean more wacky and fun. So, here's the reveal. Xanax is like, hey, hey, main character Chan. Bit of an important tidbit. So, you know your dragon? You know Terran, your dragon? Yeah, so Terran is the lifelong mate of my dragon. They are a dragon couple. Additionally, both of our dragons are really old, and we are like, they're like, the more riders they have, the more likely they will never, like, if their rider dies, they will die too. Because in this world, if the rider dies, the dragon survives, but it's like a super, like, horrible experience. But if the dragon dies, the riders automatically die. So if your dragon dies as a rider, you die, like, 5 minutes later. So Xanax is like, so what that means is that if you die, Terran dies, and if Terran dies, my dragon dies because they're lifelong mates and they'll die because they're connected to each other. And if my dragon dies, I die. So now our fates are permanently intertwined forever. Are you guys ready for that? That shit is such an important part of the plot. You have no idea. Fuck! God damn it. The weak dragon is an outlier. We'll get to the feather tail. Yeah, this love triangle. This is the weirdest polycule. Anyway, so yeah, they're not married, by the way. This is like weird dragon magic shit.
I love you.
So now, Xanax is like, well, shit. Now we're intrinsically woven together, and now I can't kill you for revenge for my father because if I kill you, I'll kill myself. Chat's acting like one of those B-Star fans, but when do they fuck, though? Okay, listen, we're gonna get to it. Don't worry. Trust me. Once we get there, you're gonna regret. You're gonna miss the old times, chat. Oh, man. Boy. Oh, boy. So, yeah, so now they're intrinsically bound, and they're like, shit, okay. Main character Chan now has 2 dragons that can talk in her brain. And they don't get, here's the other thing, they don't get their fun dragon superpowers right away. That happens later. So it takes time for those to, like, develop. Long story short. So...
I love you.
So... Oh god, I'm trying to figure out what the order is for everything right now. Oh god. What? Oh god, what stuff happens?
I love you.
Oh god, what order does this shit happen in? Oh, by the way, I should probably mention who survived the threshing. Shoe Friend survived. She gets a, what color dragon? I think she got an orange dragon. So Shoe Friend survived. Basically everyone survived, including Jack, by the way. Jack got a red dragon. So Jack is also still alive and still a player in this story. For all you Jack fans in the audience. somehow he is alive. Somehow Palpatine returned. Jack is a fucking bitch.
I love you.
Oh my god. You not call yourself jackasses if you're fans of the character Jack. Come on, you guys. Jesus Christ.
I love you.
Oh my god. Dude, Shoe Friend's being a, like, a body, like, Shoe Friend is being a, like, workout coach, and is just having sex with tons of people. Honestly, their story is probably more fun. Let's be real. Shoe Friend is having a great time at war school. They don't have a problem in the world. Anyway. So, I'm trying to remember, what the fuck, what order does this happen in? I'm trying to remember. Christ. I may get this out of order. I apologize in advance if I get this out of order. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that happens first. Okay, so I just want to point out I'm leaving out a ton of stuff, chat. Like, I'm leaving out a ton of stuff. I am not doing this book any favors just talking about it. I don't know if I want to read this myself. Hey, I'm gonna spoil everything, so you do you. So main character Chan is just like, well, I got 2 dragons, which is great, but people still want to murder me, which really, really sucks. So she, you know, at this point as well, they no longer have to live in bunks anymore. They don't have to live in, like, shared housing. They all now get their own exclusive rooms because they are now dragon riders and they have that privilege and they survive essentially the hardest part of the trial. But now they gotta do flying lessons and, like, you know, actually learn how to fly with their dragons and fight with their dragons and all that fun jazz. Which I'm gonna press business right now. Flying lessons and, like, fighting lessons doesn't really get described all that much, I'm not gonna lie. Especially flying. The only thing you need to know about flying is that main character Chan falls off all the time, and people know that she just keeps falling off a fucking dragon all the time. So, main character girl, basically, main character Chan goes to bed, you know, in her private room. She's getting ready for that big honk, me, you know. And she's asleep, and she has a dream about the archives, which is where she would have been if she was a scribe. But then suddenly, as she's dreaming about the archives, a voice enters her mind and is like, wake up! You gotta wake up! And she's like, oh, just give me five more minutes, man. Hold on, I'm gonna put my controller down. We're gonna just take a little break here. I'm gonna keep talking about this. So, that's why she needs her dragon to magically tie her down. Yeah, but she doesn't want her dragon to waste his power by, like, you know, having to put her, like, hold her in place, essentially. Right? I will drink some tea, thank you. So, like, everyone knows that she's fallen off of her dragon at this point. Whatever. And she goes to bed, and, like, she has her own room. And she's like, oh, me. You know, she's sleeping. Then, suddenly, she's having a dream about being in the archives, and is like, whoa, cool, archives. But then, she hears a voice enter her brain, and it's just like, wake up, you gotta get up, wake up now. And so, she wakes up, and as she wakes up, there are 6 people standing above her. And again, props to the writing at this point, because there are, like, you don't get described who's in the room. None of them are Jack. I will say this, I will spoil this right now. None of them are Jack, but she's like, the rooms are locked. The private rooms are completely locked. So there's no way anyone should have gotten into her room. And she describes that she sees the person who she knows let these people into her room run out the door and close it behind them. So you're not told as the reader who that person is, but the main character knows who the person is, which I really like. They set up the kind of like, who did it? Who opened the door? No, Jack wouldn't have access because he's a first year too. So she immediately has to fight like 5 people. All of them are first years and all of them are people who didn't get dragons. So they're like, shit, we gotta kill her now. And so they start fighting. Meanwhile, in her brain, her dragon is like, hold on, like, he's like, you have to hold on. He's coming to save you, blah, blah, blah. And she's like fighting. And then one of the students grabs her by the neck and like starts to strangle her. And she like kind of goes unconscious. And like he like basically throws her body on the ground and goes to like fucking just like, ah, no. Like goes to stab her. And then her other dragon, who I'm gonna butcher their name, Ardanis or whatever, is like, hold on, I'm gonna give you my power. And then time fucking stops. So time stops. And main character Chan is like, what the fuck is happening? Like, what's going on? And the little dragon is like, you gotta get out of there. I can only hold them for so long. And she's like, oh shit, that's my dragon. And so she gets up. Oh no, no, no. Nickett Square says, quick, slit their throats. No, she doesn't want to do a murder. Murder's bad. She would never do a murder. Even though she's in war college and is going to have to fight in the war. Make that make sense. Anyway. So she, like, runs to the other side of the room to, like, buy time. And, no, she wants books. She wants books and knowledge. I want this one. So she, like, gets, like, to the other side of the room. All of the students are like, what the fuck was that? And then, like, she's like, oh shit, like, she's still in trouble. So, time freezes. She, like, repositions herself to not get absolutely murdered. And then the murderers are, like, ready to murder her. And then, because she's been, like, stabbed. Like, she's been, like, stabbed multiple times. She's, like, bleeding. She's not having a good night, to say the least. Yeah, she poisoned people, but not to death. She just gave them explosive diarrhea, and that's not even a joke. She literally gave them explosive diarrhea. The murderers turn, and they're like, what the fuck, what happened? And then the door is thrown open, and who shows up but Xanax? And he is, oh, thank God. We just got the best ability for us. Xanax sees the 5 murderers, and he's like, fuck you, and he just kills all of them. Because, again, murder is legal at school. So he murders all 5 of the people, and he, like, turns to basically to, like, and he's like, oh my god, this is crazy, blah, blah, blah. And so, they, oh god, I'm trying to get the pacing figured out. So she's like, what the hell was that? And he's like, let's get out of here, let's go talk somewhere private. And so, her, Xanax, her dragon, his dragon, and the Feathertail, like, all meet up on a dramatic cliffside and basically talk. I thought sleep murder isn't allowed. You're correct. It is not allowed. So all 6 of these individuals did something super illegal. They tried to kill someone in their sleep, which is super illegal. Which is why, you know, Xanax just immediately killed them all. Because, 1, they already had broken the rules, and 2, you know, they did a super crime at murder school. Super crime at murder school is my new band name. It's true, though. So, they go outside, they meet with their dragons, and main character Chan is just like, what the fuck was that? What's going on? Like, what the hell was that? And so, at this point, there is a revelation in the lore. Turns out, the Feathertail, all Feathertails, the reason why they're so elusive and rare is not because they're a rare subspecies of dragon, it's because Feathertails are baby dragons. All dragons start out as Feathertails, and all again, the dragon lore is cool. I like the dragon lore. The dragon lore is actually cool. So dragons, when they're born and when they're young, they have access to their own power for a limited amount of time. And so the Feathertail, Adartis or whatever, she has the power to stop time. And that's like her baby power, basically. The problem is, whenever the baby dragon uses it, it, like, pulls from her vitality, which means if she does it, like, too many times, she'll die, basically. So it's not something, that, you know, she can do all the time. Is the Feathertail the black and blue dragon's baby? The main character asked the exact same question, and no, the Feathertail is not the child of Terran and Xanax's dragon. It is not. I think it's something they're going to explain in other books because it's like a mystery left unanswered, basically. I believe she is an orphan, though. I think that was implied that baby dragon is an orphan, a dragon orphan. So, yeah, they're basically like, okay, you can't tell anybody that Feathertails are baby dragons, 1. 2, you can't let anybody know that she's got the power to stop time, and that baby dragons just innately have power, because humans can't know about this, because, if they do, then they might start, like, taking baby dragons, essentially. Like, we need to protect the baby dragons, so you cannot tell anybody about the baby dragon's power, because that's like really, really, really bad. And then that's where the big reveal happens that, like, Terran and the Xanax's dragons are kind of intertwined, and that Xanax is like, shit, I gotta, like, protect you now. And then Xanax, like, well, who, like, people aren't allowed in there. It's just like, first years have no access into the dorm rooms. Only third years or teachers have access. And main character Chan is just like, yeah, I saw who opened the door. And he's like, you need to tell me right now who opened the door. And she goes, I don't really want to tell you who opened the door. And so he's like, no, you gotta tell me. And she, at the end of the chapter, she's like, and I tell him. And I'm like, ooh, who is it? Who's it gonna be? So next chapter starts up. And, basically, Xanax, like, basically, main character Chan, meets up with, best friend Kun for breakfast, and basically, she's like, yeah, so, like, 6 people tried to murder me last night, and he was like, oh my god, like, you gotta get out of here, like, give up the dragons, go and be a scribe. Again, best friend will not give up on this shit. And she's like, oh boy, you're not gonna like this. And so Xanax goes up in front of everybody and is just like, listen up, bitches. Last night, 6 motherfuckers, like, went and tried to murder someone in their sleep. I killed 5 of them. And the 6th person we know, and it is childhood friend's best friend. And he points at her. She was the one who was pitching the fit because main character girl used her daggers. And immediately, childhood friend, which, by the way, I never explained what his power is. Childhood friend has the ability where if he touches someone on the forehead, he can, like, look into their memories briefly. So he turns to, like, main character girl and is like, I'm gonna look into your memories. Let me touch you. Let me look into your memories. And she obviously is like, well, no, if you look into, like, above board, she's like, if he looks into my memories, he'll see my dragon stopping time and he'll learn about the baby dragons. And so she refuses, and he's like, what? Why would you not trust me? Like, why wouldn't you let me, like, what the fuck? And she's like, no. And so, main character's best friend is like, that's bullshit, you have no proof. And so Xanax is like, okay, we're going to take you out to the dragons. They're going to look into your memories. And then if you are guilty, you could fucking die. So they grab her, drag her out in front of the dragons. Sure enough, the dragons see that she basically orchestrated trying to murder main character in her sleep. And it's actually really sad because her, like, main character, like, oh my god, names. Best friends, dragon, literally has to watch as the other dragons kill her. And is just so fucking sad about it. And, like, main character girl feels super bad because she's like, god damn it. Like, I feel guilty that she's dead. But then Xanax is like, bitch, why are you guilty? She tried to fucking murder you. Like, you can't just be like, oh, I feel bad. No, that bitch tried to kill you. And she would have killed you Your dragon, me and my dragon. It would have been a quadra kill. All right? Like, bitch. But she mostly felt bad for the dragon. Like, her dragon was, like, literally screaming in agony and sadness and sorrow, and it was very sad. Over a technicality to the bitch? No, she felt like, main character girl does not deserve the dragons, basically. She's like, no, I want these other people to have them. So, after that, there's a schism between her and childhood friend Kun, because now, like, one, main character Chan didn't let him look into her memories, and two, his best friend just got basically murdered. You know, oh god, okay, what happens now? I'm trying to make sure I get this all in order. So, is this when it gets weird? Hold on, I'm trying to remember if this is where it gets weird. I think, oh god. I think this is where it gets weird. I just want to point out, they're like going to school and like, you know, doing school shit while all of this other shit's going on. And they're like doing flight exercises and stuff. It gets, what do you mean it gets weird? Oh, let me finish this enemy and then we'll get to it. It's gonna, chat, I'm gonna warn you right now, it's gonna get weird. So just bear with me here, okay? Perfect screen to have this conversation on. I am gonna suggest, if you are under the age of 18, to maybe, I mean, this is obviously an 18 plus stream anyway, but I'm just gonna say this. This is about to get a little bit, as the youths would say, a bit adult. So, alright, bear with me, chat, okay? Just, this is gonna be permanently for, okay, so, wait, hold on, Shoto, a minute, hold on a minute, wait, I jumped the gun totally, it's gonna get weird, but it's about to get better first, okay? Hold on. Chat. Oh my god, chat. How could I forget this? How could I freaking forget this? Okay, so, Xanax, right? Main character almost gets murdered. Xanax is like, fuck, I can't let this happen again. But I'm also a third-year student. I can't be hanging around in the first-year dorms. That's just weird. I can't do that. So Xanax is like, I have some first-year buddies who are rebels. Because, again, Xanax is like king of the rebels. And he's like, I got a guy who is I'm basically gonna have his room next to yours. And he's gonna hang out outside your door until you fall asleep to make sure that no one tries to murder you again, basically. Chat, I'm grabbing you, chat, gently like a cheeseburger, okay? In comes the best character in this book, in my opinion, chat, alright? And you can tell I like this character because I'm gonna call him by his actual name, okay? Chat. In comes Liam. Liam is the GOAT. Okay? Liam is the GOAT. Yes, he is buff. Yes, he is big. I don't think he's bald. I'm pretty sure he has blonde hair. But his name is Liam, okay? Liam is basically told by Xanax to be main character girl's bodyguard. It also means that he basically shadows her all the time, and thusly are kind of forced to be friends, which is great. So, main character Chan, because she was supposed to be a scribe, her chore, like her designated like responsibility, is that she goes to the archives and collects like the books and papers that is going to be necessary for the teachers to teach Smarty Pants class. So when Liam becomes her bodyguard, he has to follow her there. And so he also gets put on being sent to the archives. Liam is fucking great. I love Liam so much. There's a character in the archives who actually speaks in sign language. And Liam just so happens to also speak sign language and, like, flirts with her. And it's very cute. But he also gets yelled at by the main character because she's like, you shouldn't be flirting with her. She wants, like, a long-term relationship, and you're a dragon rider, which means you're probably gonna die. And he's like, well, oh, it's my bad. Like, oops. Liam is smart, but he is pretty himbo-y, but in, like, a super endearing way. So, like, oh, this is so great because we can talk about this before we get to the weird shit. That's right, I knew I was forgetting something. So, they're in the archives or whatever, and, like, there's been a time jump. Like, Liam has been her bodyguard for, like, a month and a half now. And so they're, like, you know, they're grabbing books, and they, like, walk up, and she's like, hey, I have a question for you. Why do you just do what Xanax tells you to do? And Liam is just like, well, it kind of has to do with the whole rebellion thing. And she goes, can you explain? And Liam is like, okay, sure. So Liam, is Liam is boyfriend of Xanax? No, Liam is a friend of Xanax's. And the reason Liam is because Liam and Xanax grew up in the same house. So the rebellion happened. Liam's dad was like a marquis. He was like a big politician who betrayed the country. And Xanax's dad was like the leader of the rebellion. And so Liam's dad basically got super, like, burned at the stake for his crimes. And him and Xanax were basically shipped away to another nobleman's house who wasn't a traitor, was actually super loyal. And they were raised there basically as, you know, quote unquote rebel orphans. So they were pretty close, essentially. They were kind of like childhood friends. And, like, Xanax has always been, like, and Liam's like, there's a lot that I don't want to say because it's, like, private, you know? But he's like, Xanax is, despite how he appears to be, is a very selfless and good person. And main character Chan, I love this dialogue. Like, I fucking love Liam's dialogue. Like, main character Chan's like, man, why haven't you told any of this to me before? And Liam looks and goes, you spent too much time just grumbling about my company, so I just never bothered. He's just like, bitch, you just talk, all we talk about is how you don't want me here, and the one moment you actually, like, don't complain, yeah, of course I'm gonna talk about shit. You just keep complaining about me. And he does it in such an endearing way, where he's just like, you know, you keep grumbling about present company that you never really gave a chance to talk about it. You know, he wasn't like, fuck you. He was just more like, you know, I'm here to help out. And, like, if you want to ask questions, I mean, like, I'm here to ask questions. The other thing I really like about Liam is that he likes to do wood carvings. So because he's always posted outside of main character's door, he kind of gets bored. And so he just sits out, like, while he's sitting and being a bodyguard, he, like, takes little pieces of wood and, like, makes, like, little wooden figurines, which I think is very, very endearing. So he's like, yeah, I'm your bodyguard now, super cool. And, like, yeah, he's very, very, very loyal. Like, I think that's what I like about him the most. He's incredibly loyal, and he's incredibly, like, noble in that regard. And he, like, yeah, whittles. The funny thing is he like, carves people's dragons for them. So, like, he'll be carving them for folks. And, like, oh my god, there's one point where they're in class, and, like, basically Liam, main character girl, and shoe friend are, like, hanging out. Like, they're in class, and they're, like, talking about the situation, and main character girl's like, oh man, I don't need a bodyguard, blah, 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 blah. And, like, shoe friend is like, Liam, why don't you, like, go into the room and, like, bodyguard in there? And Liam is like, gets really, like, kind of, like, shy about it, and is just like, you know, it feels kind of inappropriate, you know. It's like it's just like, you know. And then Shoe Friend is like, oh, do you wanna be in there for other reasons? And Liam's like, I think I want to change the subject, thank you. Like, he's so cute, where he's just like, I'm sorry. You guys are pretty. Like, you both are very pretty girls, but I don't want to. And like, it's very funny. So no, they don't hook up, unfortunately. But he's very much like, oh, I appreciate, like, you two are very pretty ladies, but I don't want to, you know, we're good. You know, I'm not interested in that way. Which I fucking love Liam. Like, I can't begin to explain why he's so good unless you read the book and you read his dialogue. Like, anytime he interacts with people is super, super great. Like, he's so good for that reason. So, Liam is established. Liam is the fucking GOAT. I fucking love Liam. He's the best character in the entire fucking book. Like, period. Like, period. Good character. Great dialogue. Anytime he talks, it's like really fun to hear him interacting with people, and he's just got a really good sense of like moral character, which I really like. So Liam is established. He's posted outside of the main character's door. He stays there to protect her. Yada yada yada. Alright, chat. Now we get into the weird shit, okay? The weird shit I was warning about before. I want to preface this with a little bit of a warning, because this is going to get into like NSFW territory. So I just want to make sure you guys are going to be okay. I'm obviously not going to go into crazy detail for some of this stuff because of Twitch, and obviously, you know, just it's weird and awkward for me. This is so... Oh, man. Some people said some stuff at the beginning of this, and I'm just like, you said the words, and here they are, manifested. Once again. So, main character Chan is asleep in her bedroom, and suddenly she wakes up, and she's like, wow, I am feeling... not thirsty, not hungry, but another sort of thing like that. Quote unquote. If you catch the drift. So it's fucking Taryn. You don't have to say it in all caps. God damn it. So she's like, oh man, what on earth is happening? And she realizes, oh, Taryn and his lady dragon companion are, oh no, Goomba's here, oh no. They're, yeah, the little psychic connection thing. Yep. So she runs out of the door, and immediately my boy Liam is there, and she's like, Liam might do. And I'm just like, back away from my boy. Like, don't you dare. And like, Liam, to his credit, is like, are you okay? Is everything okay? Like, he's like super worried. He's like, are you okay? Are you alright?
I love you.
And she's like, I can't do this to Liam. That's like, this isn't cool. And she's like, yeah, I'm fine. Look that way. And he like looks that way, and she just like runs off in the opposite direction to sneak away. And so she's like, what do I do here? I'm like, oh god, like, oh my god, what do I do? She's like running through it's snowing, by the way. It's like snowing outside. She's like, oh god, what do I do? And like, it's relatively descriptive. I sometimes I skimmed ahead. And so she's like walking, and she's like, oh god, what do I do? And she turns the corner, and who does she see but Xanax? Xanax is literally just smoking some sort of weed equivalent. Like, he's smoking something, and he looks at her, and he's just like, oh, yeah, welcome to this, by the way. And she's like, at this point, because again, I'm not describing everything, this main character, every time Xanax shows up, she talks about how hot he is all the fucking time. Every single waking moment, it's how hot Xanax is. So she sees Xanax in, like, you know, this state, and she's just like, oh, oh, monkey. And Xanax, to his credit, is like, hey, you know, I will teach you how to, like, block out your dragon, basically, like, because they're like connected cycles. Like, there's ways that you can, like, block each other out, so that way you don't feel such strong like these strong things coming from your dragons. And it's a very, very cool sequence, I will give it that. Like, the sequence of him teaching it and, like, what it actually, like, because it's all very visualized and whatnot, which is very, very cool. And, like, he offers her, like, you know, get us, you know, like, you want this? And she refuses it, and she basically is like, you know, please, please, please kiss me, please do this stuff. And he's like, no, I don't want to do that, because, like, these aren't your feelings, right? These are not your feelings. This is Terran's feelings. Like, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to take advantage of this. This isn't right. Blah, 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 blah. And, like, she's like, ugh, gah, why? And then he says, fuck it. And he just starts making out with her. They start making out. And then, like, it's about to go further. And he's like, no, I can't. These aren't your feelings. I'm sorry. And he, like, runs away in the snow. And it's like she's left with this kiss that she has to, like, sit on and think about. And it's like, oh my god. So, god. That happens. Shit, what happens after that? I'm trying to remember now. Oh god, what happens after that? So yeah, they also learn at this point that she can psychically talk to Xanax now as well. So, because he helped her figure out how to open and close doors to talk to people, she can also now psychically talk to Xanax. Next day, she is like, god damn, I want more kissing. I want to kiss that face so much. But she's also like, and I shit you not, for like the next like 3 chapters, every time she meets with Xanax, she's like, what are we? What are we, Xanax? What are we? And Xanax is like, we're nothing, lady. We're nothing. That was a mistake. Like, we're not in a relationship. This is not, like, you can't be in a relationship with me. Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, angst. So, I'm gonna keep playing the game. Just keep going. He's like, she's like, what are we? He's like, shut up. Stop talking in my brain. Oh my god. I'm trying to remember what happens. Also, fuck my life. So they're like, so obviously, like, Liam is like protecting her, but now there's a new problem, which is the powers. So it turns out is if your dragon bond powers don't show up, there's a chance you just fucking explode. And that's not even me, like, exaggerating what happens. No, literally, if you don't get your dragon powers over a certain period of time, your body just explodes. So she's like, shit, I don't want to explode. And then they're at, like, the cafeteria, hanging out with all the characters. Is this when I show up? Hold on. I think this is when I show up. Okay, chat. I gotta preface this, chat. So I'm reading this book, right? And I'm just like, yeah, okay, like, this is kind of goofy, and, like, there's some ideas here that are neat. Then, nothing is more, like, when you have a name, like, your real name is something that's not very common. When your name shows up in a book like this, it's very trippy. My real name, notoriously, never shows up. I think there's a character named after me in, like, Uncharted. But there is a character in the book that has my name. So basically, the squadron that main character girl is in has lost so many people that they had to, like, basically fuse with another group of people. And 2 of those people were one character and a character that had the same name as me. And I'm not gonna lie, chat, I'm gonna refer to myself as if I'm there. And also, I'm an asshole in the book. I'm a huge dick. I show up and I am like Mean Girls petty. It's really fucking funny. Oh my god, it's so funny. So I show up, I'm an asshole. Oh man. And it's great. So they're all in the cafeteria eating lunch, you know, eating breakfast or whatever the hell. And suddenly, one of the students, like, not a named character, just a random person, starts freaking out, screaming about voices in their heads and that they can, like, hear everyone's voices in their heads. And it turns out one of the students' power is manifesting, and he can essentially, like, hear everybody's thoughts, like, hear all their minds. And the, essentially the dragon superpower teacher runs over to that kid and snaps his neck. Because, dragon riders who exhibit, like, mind-reading powers have to die. Because they're a huge liability to the military. So they just run over to this kid and just, like, snap his neck. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. So then, main character girl is like, oh, fuck, if I get a power that's, like, super illegal, then that's gonna be real bad. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, this place has got no chill. That's the most useful power for spies. Yeah, but it also means that person can, like, knows everything about you guys as well, right? Like, it's like a double-edged sword. So no, just fucking kill him. Get rid of him. So, main character Chan is like, Monty, I want you to know I could not have asked for a better way to spend New Year's Eve than listening to your recounting of this insanity. It's gonna get more insane. We're not even at the most insane shit yet. That's the part that I'm so excited for you, chat. You have no idea. Oh my god, you have no idea. It's gonna get so wild. I hope you're ready. So, main character Chan is like, oh god, I'm super scared about, like, you know, getting a power that's gonna be super bad. But they have to prepare because they're gonna have the war games, which is gonna basically be a tournament. I just did 299 damage in one hit. I did 299 damage in one shit. Oh my god. Oh god. So I'm trying to remember. Okay, one second. I gotta remember, like, what happens next. Hold on. Because there's the war games. They're gonna have the war games, which is basically gonna be like a combat tournament and, like, a bunch of other shit. And whoever wins the combat tournament, gets to go to the front lines to meet with, like, soldiers, like dragon riders from the front lines, basically. Also, I have a lot of Discord messages. I'm just gonna check those real fast. Apparently, Darcy sent me a message and said, Monty, do not leave your house tonight. I was just on my way home after a lovely dinner with my parents to set up a coat rack, and some hooligans tried to race me. Did you win? Alright, sorry, I got super distracted. Anyway, okay, so there's the war games, and then what happened? What the fuck? Is it just the war games after that? I don't want to miss anything important. Hold on. How could I forget? Our favorite character, Jack. Oh my god. So part of the training for the war games is that, they have to fight again. And, like, main character Chan is at the mats, which is where they fight. She's at the mats, and she's, like, training with Shu Friend. And at this point, Amungus is also training her because, you know, Amungus is friends with Xanax. And Amungus knows that if main character girl dies, Xanax dies, and she gets over her pride and starts to train main character Chan. And, like, they're like, you can't, you know, like, basically they're like, yeah. So Jack shows up. He's got, his original crony and another crony. And, like, he's like, bitch, I'm gonna kill you. And then one of his cronies like, hey, do you want an orange, Jack? And Jack is like, get that shit out of my face. And, like, Jack leaves, basically, like, pointing at main character Chan, like, I'm gonna kill you. And so Amogus is like, we gotta train you up. But then, Xanax is like, no, it's time for her to train with me. And, like, there's also, this is the point in the story where I tweeted out, like, stop describing the men with their shirts off, because as Imogen has been training main character girl, Xanax and his beefcake sidekick have been, like, fighting shirtless on the sidelines, and it's described in such vivid detail, and I could not fucking care less. So Amogus is training her, and then Xanax is like, it's time for me to train her. She needs to actually learn and, like, actually, like, start to train. And so, of course, they fight again, and it's, again, super, like, you know, they're playing up the romance, right? They're like, oh, it's pinning me down to the ground, and he's like, you gotta do better than that, and it's like, you know, all charged and whatnot. So they train to fight, and then, and everyone's, like, very much like, holy shit, Jack's just gonna, like, there's, like, Jack's gonna fucking kill her. You know what I mean? Like, Jack's absolutely gonna kill her the moment they hit the field. Like, it's gonna be, like, no holds bar. Yeah, tension so fit. Yeah, like, literally, they're fighting, and it's, like, totally charged. She's talking about how much she wants that kiss again, because, you know, at this point they've kissed, or whatever. But, like, he's like, you gotta, like, be able to survive and whatnot. And then, once again, best friend Kun shows up and is like, don't fight, you're gonna die, he's gonna kill you. And like, Xanax is like, yo, best friend Kun, she's gotta fucking learn how to, like, do this shit, man. Like, you gotta stop being so, like, you know, like, no confidence in your friend, you asshole. And this is great, I love this part. Main character Chan points at childhood friend Kun and goes, hey, don't think I didn't notice how when you tried to read my brain, which, by the way, he's allowed to read brains because he has to touch somebody to do it. She's like, you didn't even ask. You were just demanding that I let you read my mind. Like, you weren't like, please let me read your mind. You're like, I'm gonna read your mind. Let me read your mind. Like, it was, like, really forceful and kind of fucked up that you did that, dude. And he's like, but, oh. Yeah, so he, like, in that scene, he's, like, very much like, let me read your brain, basically. Like, I'm gonna read your brain. Give me, like, let me touch you, I'm gonna read your brain. And she's like, no. I'm currently laying on the couch with the stream on the 60-inch TV, and I don't want to be anywhere else tonight. I hope your parents aren't home. God, I hope you don't have family home right now, because it's gonna get weird. So, she basically... Yeah, his mind reading is allowed, and it's even pointed out it's because he has to touch someone. Like, he can't just freely read minds. He has to, like, literally, like, touch someone's forehead specifically to like, look into their memories. He doesn't even read minds. He just looks into their memories. And, like, that's his funny dragon power, ostensibly. So, yeah, she basically, like, tears into him at this point. She's like, you're being an asshole. You had no faith in me. You literally tried to, like, look into my memory without my consent because you just straight up could not take my word for the fact that your friend was literally trying to fucking murder me. Whereas fucking Xanax didn't doubt me for a second. Like, when I told him who it was, he was like, alright, action. Whereas you were, like, so concerned about, like, you know... kind of being a dickhead, man. And so, like, she's like, I gotta fight Jack. That's just, like, that's just the way this is going. Like, you just gotta get over it, dude. And he's like, ugh. Main character Chan has been trained, essentially, in the art of combat by Xanax. And... finally, the day arrives She tells off best friend Kun because he's being kind of a dickhead. And best friend Kun is like, oh. So, the day finally arrives where she has to fight Jack. And she knows for a fact this is going to be a fight to the death. So she prepares herself. Jack and her entered the field, and you guys ready for this shit? The teacher, who is in charge of the battle. The teacher who is in charge of the battle goes, "Don't kill each other." And everyone is like, "Good job, teacher. That'll sure stop that." So, they get into the battle arena. Both of them draw weapons and immediately are just trying to kill each other. And all of the friends of main character Chan on the sidelines. Oh yeah, that's right, Liam. Liam was so sad, by the way. Liam, this is why Liam's the GOAT. Like, Liam was like, I've been bodyguarding you for like a long time. And like, I don't want to see you hurt. And it's really hard for me to like watch you do this and potentially get hurt or killed. I'll feel very guilty. But he's like, but I know you have to do this. But this is very hard for me. I just want you to know that, okay? And I'm just like, fucking Liam. Oh my god, Liam. Such a good boy. Why are you the perfect character? So, like, why are you in this book, Liam? Like, Liam is who best friend Kun wants to be. Liam is like, I can't tell you how to live your life, but I have been protecting you. And it's really hard for me not to protect you in this moment. And it's very sweet, man. And like, even main character is like, just damn, Liam's a real one. So, she enters the battlefield, the teacher goes, no killing. You know what that is? The teacher saying no killing is like that picture of those like SWAT officers like busting down the door, and on the other side is a Cheeto like holding the door closed. Is that teacher saying don't kill each other? Like literally. So oh my god. So god damn it. So she enters the field, they start like duking it out. And she's actually, like, holding her own. Like, she's putting up a fight. And, like, Jack is like, you're weak. You can't, your dragon is wasted on you. You shouldn't be here. You get out of here, weakling. And so they're fighting. And she, like, starts to fucking win. And Jack is like, oh shit. And, like, they're, like, again, they're trying to murder each other. And the teacher, like, and the people on the sidelines are like, teacher, they're almost murdering each other. And the teacher goes, don't worry, I got this. Don't kill each other. It fucking does nothing. I shit you not, he does it, like, twice, where he's like, nah, it's fine. Or he's like, don't do a murder. That's bad. So, oh my god. So they're fighting, they're duking it out, right? And, Jack is pissed, because, like, main character Chan is just like, oh, Jack, you think you're so tough? You literally fucking, like, I stabbed you, and you ran away like a little bitch in the forest during the threshing. And Jack is like, ooh! And so Jack uses his dragon powers to basically, his dragon power is he can hold person somebody, basically. So he holds persons her, and everyone in the audience is like, bitch, he's using his dragon powers. He's cheating. He's not allowed to use his dragon powers. And the teacher's like, Jack, don't use your dragon powers. You're not allowed to use your dragon powers. And, like, Jack doesn't care. He wants to kill her. But while Jack is distracted by the teacher, main character Chan had a ace up her sleeve. She had prepared something. She knew she couldn't poison Jack, but she also knew if Jack was gonna be a cheating piece of shit, she better have some sort of, like, plan to, like, make sure she doesn't fucking die to some bullshit. So she pulls out of her sleeve a fucking orange. and she shoves it in his mouth, and he goes into anaphylactic shock because Jack is allergic to oranges. In the scene where his buddy offers him an orange, he immediately is like, get that shit out of my face. And she's able to pick up on the fact that he's Jack is allergic to oranges. So he goes into anaphylactic shock. Main character Chan has been stabbed 7 times and is dying. So they both go to the infirmary. Again, this is actually set up reasonably well, chat. My summary of this does not do this moment justice. But yes, she's able to discern that he is allergic to oranges, that Jack's weakness is oranges. And so she shoves oranges in his mouth and almost kills him. So they're both sent to the infirmary. Liam is happy she's alive. And the teachers are like, we're just gonna call it a draw. We're not gonna, even just deal with that shit. Because that was a whole mess. So, that was actually, their tournament for the war game. So they win that one. And then, oh man. I really hope I'm not missing anything. I feel like I'm gonna accidentally skip something important, but I feel like I'm doing okay. So, that's they have their fight, she wins. Well, they tie. Oh, where are you in this story? Dude, I'm probably fighting someone. For those of you who are confused, there's a character in this book who has the exact same name as me. And it's really fucking funny. Because I'm an asshole. I'm fighting somebody. So, the second part of the competition begins, which is essentially a dragon flying war game, basically, where you have to ride your dragons and you have to protect, you have to get this egg, right? So, wait, hold on. No, that happens afterwards. Is this the part? Hold on. I'm trying to remember here. Hold on. I think it's now. So I think it is now. So they have to do a dragon riding battle reenactment thing. It's basically gonna be hey, this is a real war scenario. Go schnuts with it. So main character Chan gets to the arena and she realizes that her dragon is wearing a saddle. And she's like, what? Why is my dragon wearing a saddle? And it turns out Xanax made a saddle for Terran. The only caveat is that Terran wanted to make sure that he could remove the saddle himself if he wanted to. So basically, she has a saddle now, made by her totally not a... Hi, Zan. Yeah, we're talking about Fourth Wing. I'm telling Chad about it. It hasn't been... Yeah, the funniest thing is they can't test the saddle out because Terran refuses to let anyone but main character Chan ride him, basically. So, they ride off to the battle scenario. And everyone's there. It's Shoe Friend. It's best friend Kun. Liam is there with his dragon. I'm pretty sure I'm there somewhere. There's also Sokka and a bunch of other side characters as well show up for this. And they're doing the war game thing. And the baby dragon shows up, the Featherwing shows up as well, but main character girl is like, hey, don't come near the battlefield, just hide in this cave over here, okay? I might need your help, but I don't want you, getting into any legitimate, really bad, danger, basically. So, oh my god, so main character Chan flies off, Xanax is also there, and they're playing King of the Hill. They're flying out. It's basically, Like, don't you dare insult Groose. How dare you? Groose is the best part of Skyward Sword. I don't want to get on a tangent about Groose, but never slander Groose in my fucking house. Best character, best Zelda character. That's not even a joke. Anyway, so they're flying around. They need to find a dragon egg, and the dragon egg is basically being protected by a nearby garrison. And guess who's running the garrison but Jack? Jack is back in business, baby, and he is pissed. As main character Chan flies in, and hold on to your pearls, everybody. Hold on to your fucking seats. Because I actually was on the edge of mine for this bit, alright? Which is a bit of a spoiler, but you gotta understand, I was actually kind of freaked out by this. Jack was fighting Liam, and Jack was taking no prisoners. Jack leapt from his dragon onto Liam's and proceeded to, like, fight him, and then kicked him off of his dragon while Jack's dragon and Liam's dragon were locked in a full-on fight. Liam goes plummeting off of his dragon and begins to fall. And main character Chan immediately is like, no! And charges forward, but she does not have enough speed to get to him on time. So she invokes the power of her baby dragon, calls upon it, and manages to swoop in and save Liam in the last minute with her Zarudo powers. Which, thank God, man. Holy shit. Thank Christ. I'm so glad Xan is here, because Xan literally has heard me talk about this book, like, full-on in a group chat. Like, full-on, like, crazy hours. So, Baby Dragon, basically, they're fine. They're just really tired. But, like, she saves Liam last minute, but, like, he's, like, not doing good, because, like, Jack straight up would, like, fucking stab the shit out of him. So Liam, my boy, the beloved, the greatest, like, oh yeah, there's a game happening, I keep forgetting, it's me too. So, main character Chan is so fucking pissed. She's so mad at Jack. She knows that he's gonna try and kill, like, anyone he encounters. And her rage manifests. The strong emotion manifests. And finally, after bated breath, her dragon power comes to be. And she points at Jack in her rage. And she literally shoots fucking lightning at him. He explodes off the side of the parapet, and she collapses the stronghold behind, like, beneath him. And Jack is no more. However, there is Espresso Depresso, as main character Chan has killed a human being for the first time. Uh-oh. That is a game changer. War has changed our main character. Yeah, Jack is dead. However, I will say this, and this is like, I don't know if this is the case or not. I haven't read the entire series, but technically we did not see a body. There is a slight chance that he is alive. I don't know if that's the case. That would be great if it's the case. But he's probably dead. Like, legit, he got fucking blasted, dude. So, main character Chan shoots lightning and kills him. And everyone is like, holy shit, main character Chan. The power of lightning hasn't been seen in hundreds of years. It's such a rare ability that you have. Crazy. Yes, her power is different than the last writers because the power is dependent on the person and the dragon. It's kind of like mixing chemicals together, right? Damn it, I need to pee, but I'm so hooked right now. Oh, man. I'm sorry. And bring the stream up on your phone. Please don't explode your bladder. I don't want to be liable for bladder explosions. Yeah, main character Chan is very, very special, guys. You need to understand this. Main character Chan is very, very, very special. So, main character Chan is sad because she murdered. But Xanax is like, hey, listen, it's war. You're gonna have to do some murder. Like, it's kind of inevitable at this point that you're gonna have to do a little bit of murder. One second, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. He's like, I'm sorry, bitch, you're gonna have to do murder. You're in war. Hate to break it to you. It sucks, but welcome to life, you know? And so, when does it... Oh god, when does... What the fuck? Oh god, I'm trying to remember when things happen. Yeah, exactly. He's... Not only has he been threatening her the entire time, he murdered, like, 2 people. And also was gonna murder a baby... Granted, he didn't know it was a baby dragon. He was just gonna murder a baby dragon because he thinks it was, like, it was so weak. But, yeah. So... You know, Xanax basically, like, is like, hey, main character Chan. Like, don't, like... Do not be sad. So main character is sad, but then Xanax is like, hey, listen, you're gonna have to do murder. Like, you know, and he's... Listen, Jack's kind of a dickhead, let's be real, Queen. You didn't do anything bad, really. And so main character Chan is sad about it. Xanax is just like, you know, rip bozo. And they win the competition. But there's one final, because they're not winning yet. I think they got like 2nd place in like the fighting part, but then like the scenario they got 1st place. So they had to basically finish a tiebreaker. So they go to their classroom, and the teachers are like, "Hey kids, we're gonna have you guys like, you know." Here's what the final scenario is, basically. So, they basically go to their classroom, and the teachers are like, okay, this is the last part of, like, the, you know, the battle games or whatever, the war games. We are gonna put you guys to the test. We want you to basically go out on the campus, and I want you guys to find something that if it was the equivalent from the enemy, it would be invaluable, basically. So, basically, go in the school and find something as a group that if we got this item from the enemy, like, it would be a huge, like, thing. Like, a huge big deal, basically. Like, spy shit. Like scouting, you know, spy shit, basically. So, basically, they're like, okay, we have to find something. So, I'm there, by the way. I'm in this moment. I am part of the crime part of this story, chat. Very important thing to distinguish. I am in the story at this point. And I'm just like, hey guys, what if we, like, go into the weaponry and, like, steal a bunch of weapons? That would be good, right? And everyone's like, yeah, but those are really heavy and we can only steal so many of them. And then main character Chan is like, I think I know the perfect thing. And everyone is like, well, you're smart, main character Chan, so we trust, like, we trust your judgment. What do you want to do? And main character Chan goes, let's break into my mom's office. And everyone is like, wait, your mom's office? That's like we can go to jail levels of breaking and entering. And she's like, yeah, but anything we pull from there will literally be, like, the best thing possible. So, the group bands together to go and break into the office. And you want to know what's great, chat? This would not be possible if it weren't for me. Because my character in this story has the fun ability of being able to remove magical wards on things. So my ability is that I can literally remove, like, magical locks off of shit. So because of me, I can break the lock into the office and get everyone inside. So everyone, like, moves ahead with their powers and whatnot. And they basically take out the guard. And then they break into the office. Liam stands watch outside because he's really good at doing that, and good on the boy for knowing what he's good at. So he stands watch outside while everyone else goes inside of the office and decides what to steal. So main character Chan is like looking through shit, and she reads some stuff on her mom's desk, which are like, you know, hey, these are weird. Like, it's talking about, like, basically stuff that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. She's like, huh, why are we calling for reinforcements in this area? That's, like, not an area where we're fighting. That's super weird. Why are they asking for, like, aid in these specific areas? I don't know what Liam's power is. I can't remember. He might have been the wind guy, because there was someone, like, there's someone who could, like, gust wind. And like, yeah, a few other things. I can't remember what Liam is. Honestly, yeah, Liam's superpower is being himself, because he's the greatest character in this fucking book. So they break in and they steal a war map containing all of the positions of every single military, like, agent on the field right now. And they bring that and present it to their teachers, who immediately freak out when they realize what they've done. They're like, wait, you got this from where? So, they win. Congratulations. So they manage to pass, and they win the highest prize. I think my favorite one is, like, they talk about what the other stuff the people got was, and one of the groups kidnapped a scribe as their, like, important person. Because some of them, like, kidnapped teachers, but one of the groups actually kidnapped a scribe who was literally sleeping, and he got kidnapped by the dragon riders, basically to be, like, a person that they could steal for information, basically, was their argument. So it was pretty funny. So, they win, and congratulations, your prize is you get to go to the warfront to meet with actual, like, fully fledged, like, dragon riders who are actually fighting in the war. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. I find it really funny that so many people consider kidnapping. Yeah, it's great. I love it. Yeah, they're abducted. It's not kidnapping. So they win the war games, hooray! And their prize is they get to go to the warfront. So they get on their dragons and they fly all the way to the warfront. But it's only the first year students and childhood friend Kun. Third year students can't go, which means Xanax can't go, essentially. So best friend Kun is in charge of the first years who are going. And they learn where they're going is, in fact, the hometown of Shoe Friend. So Shoe Friend's family lives right nearby where they're going on the warfront, which is this giant wall that they're going to. And so they fly for like hours on their dragons all the way to the wall. And they get to meet the warrior. And guess who it is, chat? It's the main character's sister, the older sister who helped her out. One of the things about murder school is that you actually can't send letters in or out of murder school while you're at murder school. So her sister at this point has no idea that she's still alive until this moment. Who are they at war with? They're at war with a neighboring nation of Griffin Riders. And they ride on dragon to fight the Griffin Riders. They get there, and her sister, it's like actually quite a heartwarming reunion, and you also see kind of how much time has passed, you know, between the two of them, because, like, she's way more, like, capable and competent. So they arrive, and, you know, we also learn that, like, main character Chan is starting to sympathize a bit with the rebels, like, the rebel children, because, you know, Liam, obviously, is the GOAT, and obviously main character Chan has, like, feelings for, you know, main character you know, love interest Xanax-kun, essentially. They're on the front line. They learn about, like, the Griffin Riders and all this stuff and whatnot. And, like, they start talking about stuff. And, you know, it's obviously talking about, like, how far the main character has come. And that she has, like, this really crazy dragon and whatnot. And... Owie. And they basically, like, look around and whatnot. She's sympathizing. That sounds awfully close to heresy. Well, even she's like, man, I like, because like her sister is just like, don't trust the rebels. They're a bunch of scum. They're all shitheads. And she's like, dude, Xanax is hot as shit. I kissed him on his mouth. And also Liam is like, Liam's a good boy, TM. Like he's like, he's honestly like the most honorable person I've ever met in my life. So they have a little bit of a back and forth. She also realizes that, sister realizes that main character Chan and best friend Kun, or childhood friend Kun, aren't getting along. She's like, what's up with that? And she, you know, there's kind of like, oh, what's the deal with that shit? And she's like, well, he's being an asshole, blah 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 blah, talking about boys. But then Shoe Friend is like, hey, can we sneak out and like slip over to my family's place? I want to see my sister because she had a baby. And like, I haven't seen my sister since like she had her baby, basically. Like, can we go see her? And main character is just like, ooh, we're gonna get in trouble if we do this. And she's like, I know. But she's like, you know what? Shoe Friend, you've had my back for so long right now. It feels like a dickish move not to, like, help. Because she's like, yeah, I just got to see my family. It's kind of bullshit that we don't get to see yours. So let's sneak out. And so the two of them sneak out and are immediately caught by main character's sister. And main character's sister is just like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's all sneak out together. So, And this is the thing. There's a really nice conversation between Big Sister and main character. They have a really, really, like... That's where they talk about, like, the rebels and stuff. And she's just, like, you know, they talk about her mom. Because, like, Sister's just like, hey, have you seen your mom? And, like, have you seen Mom? And she's like, yeah, but she doesn't speak to me. She doesn't even acknowledge me. And whatnot. And she's like, damn. Okay. And, yeah, Sister Chan's pretty understanding about everything. She's, like, actually kind of goated. And so, like, you know, they're talking, and then suddenly there's a knock on the door, and who walks in but Xanax? Out of nowhere. And main character Chan is like, Xanax, what are you doing here? And Xanax is like, yeah, so it turns out our dragons really, really can't be apart. So I'm here with my dragon right now because she does not want to be away from Terran, especially at such a far distance. And immediately, Sister Chan is like, you son of a bitch. What are you doing here? And main character Chan is like, oh god, that's right. My sister thinks that he's gonna murder me and doesn't realize that our dragons are, like, together. And so Xanax basically tells Big Sister that, yeah, our dragons are, like, bonded together and, like, I can't, like... And, like, she's like, yeah? Well, you don't have to kill her to make her life miserable. I don't trust you, bastard. So now main character Chan has her sister who hates, you know, the person who she very much does not hate. You know, drama. This is the most I've talked in a while, chat. I'm really feeling it. So, yeah, sister basically is roasting her love interest. Is like telling main character Chen she's a piece of shit, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so they go back to the garrison, but then, uh-oh, the alarm bells start ringing. Griffins begin to attack the wall, and main character's sister is like, you guys gotta get out of here. And main character's sister is just like, no, we can't leave you, we want to fight, we can't leave you. And, like, Xanax and everyone else is like, main character Chan, you gotta have faith in your sister. We have to leave. And, like, Xanax has a really good reasonable point where he's like, hey, you know, if you choose to stay here, we all have to stay here. And we're a group of first years. Are you really gonna make all these first years fight in a battle they're not ready for because you're scared of your sister, who, by the way, is like a 5-time war hero? Like, are you seriously gonna, like, risk everyone's lives for that reason? And she's like, good point, yeah, you're right. And so they get on their dragons and they fly away, not knowing whether or not they survive the griffin attack. And, you know, they all leave. After that, main character is like, I'm so scared. Like, she's like mega depressed. And she's not eating, she's not sleeping, she's worried about her sister. And so Xanax, you know, is like making sure she's eating, taking care of her. Like, it's very sweet, obviously very romantic and very, very sweet. And, you know, and so, like, they basically go to, like, the crier who calls out who's dead every day. What a great job. Oh! And they basically just straight up ask him, they're like, hey, is she alive or is she dead? And he's like, well, technically I'm not supposed to tell anybody, but, you know, it is your sister. And he's like, she's alive. They survived. And they fought off the Griffin Riders. It was all fine. And so she's, like, uber relieved that everything went really well. Are you still with me, chat? Are you still following me, what I'm putting on? This little segue? Are you still with me here, chat? Okay, cool. Again, the sequencing, I might have it kind of fucked up, but I'm trying my best with, you know, what I remember. Because I'm trying to remember if there's anything else I'm trying to remember. I just want to make sure I cover my bases before I continue on. They had the war game, she murdered Jack, she visited her sister was saved. Shufren got to visit her family, Griffin Riders attacked. Again, we also learned that, yeah, Xanax and main character Chan can't be separated because their dragons are just that horny for each other that they just can't be alone. Which is wild. It is such a device. Like, such a device. Oh, Citra King. Oh, Citra King. You're back at this point. Oh, no. Oh, no, Citra King. I am so sorry. Also, I gotta send you that art. I'm very sorry, dude. I completely kind of forgot about that. My bad. So... oh, man. Oh, okay. So... oh, boy. Okay. What initiates this? I don't even remember what initiates this. Oh boy, how do I even, like... how do I begin to describe this? Okay. Okay. I think it's like a comfort thing. I want to say it is. I think that's how it happens. Okay, chat. I'm pulling out the NSFW card again. Alright, chat? I'm pulling it out now. We're gonna get to the funniest part of this book, okay? I kept saying, it gets weird, okay? It gets weird. And there's one particular thing that, like... okay. How do I, okay, I gotta put the controller down. I'm sorry, I'm putting the controller down for this one. Alright. Now we get into just straight up porb at this point. So, my boy Liam, man. Oh, my boy Liam. So Xanax and main character Chan go to main character Chan's bedroom. Liam, again, my boy, is hanging out outside the door. Liam is so great because he knows when to not stick his nose into anyone's business, which is so perfect. So, main character Chan and Xanax are in the bedroom, and, like, Xanax is very much like, this can mean nothing, we can't have a relationship. Again, not giving really a reason why, but he's like, this won't work, this can't happen, blah 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 blah. And main character Chen is like, I don't care, I want you, I want this, like, this is what I want. And, like, he's like, it can't mean anything, it can only be tonight, like, you know, he's like, angst. So, oh my god. Oh god, okay. They start Okay, how do I fucking... Oh, God. I decided to talk about this. I gotta live with my decision, I guess. Okay, so... I'm gonna be, like... I'm gonna be transparent here. A little bit. I don't really enjoy smut. It's just not my thing. I like a good romance story, don't get me wrong. But I don't... Like, I've read fanfiction and stuff in the past, and I've read stuff that friends have written. I was part of the writers club and stuff like that, right? Like, I've read shit. And, like, you know... Okay, first of all, I'm gonna ban you, Zilvin, for saying what style missionary, doggy, or dragon. You deserve 1,000 years jail for that one. It's like, I'm not a lewd person, you know? Like, I can be goofy and silly, but, like, I will say this. It was well written. Like, okay, and the reason why I say this is not because it was like, oh, yeah, this is hot. It was more just like, oh, boy, is this refreshing. Because, like, again, I will say this. I like the fact that the main female lead is, like, very much, like, in charge. Not so much in charge, but has a very, like, a voice in what happens in the scene, if that makes sense, right? Like, don't pin that. Shahalem, don't pin that. That'll actually get me into trouble. Please don't pin that. Unpin that, please. That's not even a meme. Please get rid of that. I don't want to get in trouble with Twitch. Please remove that. So, like, again, I don't want to go into too many details. Obviously, I can't. But, like, let's take, you know, let's take 50 Shades of Grey, right? I have not read 50 Shades of Grey. I have heard people read parts of it. I've also read a really fucking funny, like, comical overview summarizing the books. That was a really fun read. But, like, agency is a huge part, right? Like, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is consent is sexy, in a way. Like, you know what I mean? So, in that book, first of all, both characters are adults. Both characters, you know, especially the female character, consent fully. And, like, it's, like, cool. And, like, there are little moments where it's not perfect, right? Like, where there's, like, you know, shit, we gotta fix stuff. There's also this really, like, I don't know if it's funny, but it just feels very jarring that they're, like, hard making out, right? They're, like, all over each other, and, like, they're so, like, if you took a drink for every time hot is said in, like, the couple pages where, like, stuff starts to, like, ramp up, I feel like you just die. You just, alcohol poisoning, immediate death, just, dead. The stream is never getting uploaded, is it? I probably will have to, man. I might have to just clip and just be like, here's the summary of this book. So, they're like, going up. Yeah, Liam is on the other side of the door. Like, my poor boy is, like, me, trapped in this situation. Maybe that's why I like him so much. I feel a kinship where he's like, yep, this is happening, and we're just having to be here, I guess. Well, he's the bodyguard, so, and his room is right next door anyway, so, like, he's kind of trapped no matter what. Oh my god. So, they're doing the happy slappy. And, like, oh god. They don't start on the bed, they start somewhere else. But again, it's like, it's not my type of writing, but, like, I'm like, I'm sure someone's probably into this. This is probably good for somebody. And, like, I like the fact that there's, like, it's not perfect. There's, like, oh, this isn't working. Let's move over here. And it's like, okay, sure. And, like, yeah, I, like, skimmed some pages because I was like, oh god, yeah, this is like, again, I have to say, like, this right now, it is straight up porb. Like, I don't say gratuitous, because it's kind of what it is, but, like, brother. What's the last time? I think it was probably Uprooted was probably the last time there was a sex scene in something I was reading. And Uprooted's I didn't really like all that much. It was pretty bad. I mean, it wasn't like, it's just kind of whatever. Anyway, so they're doing the happy slappy. Halfway through, like, they're like getting into it. I think I completely didn't finish the thought I was having. They were getting into it, and like there was a point where like Xanax was just like, "Did you take the what was it, like the reproductive suppressant?" God, I'm trying to remember. Arklov had a funny name for it because of course I told Arklov all about this fucking book, but like it was like, what the fuck did he call it? It was so fucking funny. But like they basically like they stopped and like they were just like, "Are you on the reproductive suppressant?" And she's like, "Yeah, I am." And she's like, "Are you?" And he's like, "Yeah, I am." And then they just go back to do like to what they were doing. It's such a like, again, I know why they put that in there, because it's to make people like, well, how do they not make a baby if they had the schmacks? But like it was just so jarring, kind of out of nowhere. I was like, okay, this feels like a checklist being like not like checked off, but whatever. Anyway, so gotta avoid a filthy casual baby. Anyway, so you know, I guess like that's also like, okay, cool, sure. Yeah, they stop, look at the camera, say practice. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if that was organically. It's nice to have Porp organically bring that up. It didn't feel very organic, I'm not gonna lie. It felt very jarring, just like, and I like, even, I don't know, something about it, I was like, it feels like this could have been put somewhere else, I feel. But I digress. Anyway, we gotta get to my favorite part of this. So they're having a good time. I'm like I'm literally, that picture I posted on Twitter about like, stop describing the hot men, that was me reading it. I was just like, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm like, holy shit, okay. But, oh god, okay. Oh, fucking goddamn it, okay. Here's where things get, how do I even say any of this? Chat, I don't know how to say this without... I don't know how to say this, chat. Oh my god, okay. Okay. I just... So... and I wanna say this right now. I am not making any of this up when I say this, okay? I promise you. None of this is exaggerated, and I am not making this up, okay? So just stick with me, okay? Okay. So, they are doing the stanky leg. And things are going great. You know, things are awesome. They reach, you know, a little bit of a build-up and a crescendo, let's just say, right? And, so they reach that funny crescendo, and please stick with me. Main character Chan fucking shoots lightning, breaks an armoire, and then shoots lightning again, breaking a window, and I swear to you guys, this is 100% what happens. She breaks the window, lightning shoots out of the window. Stay with me, chat! Stay with me! Then she shoots lightning, breaks the window, and causes a forest fire. I am not fucking joking with you. She sets a forest on fire with her climactic lightning that flies out of the window.
Thank you.
Chat, I'm sorry. I'm gonna fucking throw up. God damn it. So, okay. So sorry. Are you guys still with me? You ever get the happy slappy so good? You set a forest on fire! Oh my god. Fucking hell. I'm gonna fucking cry. Jesus Christ, dude. It's funny every time I say it. It's so ridiculous. I swear to you, chat. I swear to you, chat. It's real. It really happens. I swear to God. And like, oh, okay. And so like, also, Xanax shadows go everywhere. It's like this whatever. It's less exciting than the forest fire. So they're happy. Hooray. Please don't ban me, Twitch. I'm trying my best to be as censored as possible. So they you know, they have a good time. It's very emotional. My face fucking hurts. And oh my god. I'm pretty sure that's how most Zeus stories start. Stop it, chat. All of you are gonna get in trouble. All of you. I see all of you in chat right now. Yeah, by the way, Liam heard the whole thing as well and had to just deal with that. But, you know, poor Liam. My boy, man. Anyway, so she's like, once again, main character is like, what are we? Like, oh, what are we? Who are we? What are we? Xanax. And Xanax is like, we're nothing. This can only be a one-time thing. We can never do this again. And he's like, even though I love you so much, god damn it. And like, Happy New Year's, Callum draws! Oh my god. So, they proceeded to do it again. I mean, I believe, I can't remember, I skipped. I'm pretty sure they had 2 races around the racetrack. I'll say that, I think. I don't remember. I'm too caught up on the lightning thing, man. That shit is just... Oh my god. Happy New Year's! Hooray! So... so, they do the happy slappy. The next morning, she wakes up, and her armoire is destroyed. There's a hole in her window, and she walks out, and Liam is like, hey, fun night last night, huh? And she's like, mm-hmm. Did he leave? And Liam's like, yaha, he left. And, oh my god, chat, it gets so much worse. That's kind of like the peak of the absurdity. Yeah, I really did calm down after that. I need more alcohol. Brother, I can't drink, man. Oh. Chat, I just gotta say this. You could have spent your New Year's literally anywhere else, but you decided to spend it here with me as I recount Dragon Porb. You know what? What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh man, what a nightmare. But at the same time, I'm glad I could spend it with you, chat. No, we'll get to the forest fire. Hold up. So Liam is like, cool, had a good night? And she's like, yep. And then she goes to Dragon class, where, Xanax is, like, pretending nothing happened. He's just like, we're nothing, that was just a one-time thing. Like, don't think about it too hard. And then she learns, through Xanax's, like, mind, 'cause, again, remember, they can speak psychically to each other, that she set the forest on fire, and apparently it took, like, multiple people on dragons to put it out. So, yeah. They find out in the morning that, yeah, there was a forest fire near the school that could have potentially burnt down the school, but luckily there were some teachers who were aware of the situation and managed to stop a great tragedy from occurring. So this bitch almost destroyed her dragon school. Because, yep, anyway, moving on. So, they, oh god, what the fuck comes next? So they learn basically that their next task is that they're gonna have to actually be put out on the field, basically, as part of another kind of war game style trial system thing. So, yeah, they find out that, hey, there's gonna be another, like, kind of surprise challenge that's gonna occur, where all of us are gonna basically have to go out and fight on the field. But, you know, before that can happen, there's gonna be a, like, formal dinner party where a bunch of, like, delegates are gonna come and celebrate, like, this particular holiday, essentially. And they're gonna come, and it's gonna be, like, a big meeting where, like, the healers division, the infantry, and the dragon riders are all gonna go to this, like, big giant party thing. So, of course, main character gets all dolled up for the big event. And Liam is like, hey, I will be essentially your escort, right? And again, Liam is an absolute Chad. Absolute Chadster. I'm gonna go for a poison build, I think. I'm gonna try and see what I can do with poison. I think that might be kind of hoo-hoo funny. So she goes to the dinner party with Liam, and when they get there, everyone, like the infantry, like every single person, and this breaks my fucking heart, is looking at Liam like he's the scum of the earth, because he's got the mark of a rebel on him, like a child of a rebel. And whereas main character Chad at this point is so disillusioned with the whole punishment of the rebel children, like, she basically, like, is like, right, fuck, all these people hate them for no reason. Like, they're literally just like, you know, why are they carrying on the punishment of, like, their forebears? And so, you know, they're at the dinner party, and who's there but the king? Or, like, the leader of the military, basically. I think he's, like, a king, or he's, like, the leader of the... I don't know, both, maybe? Now, we learn through cool school, like, you know, school where we learn about dragons and shit, that the king, or the general of the army, his power is that he can predict the outcome of a battle, basically. Like, he knows how to predict the outcome of a battle. So, the king approaches main character Chan, but he's also accompanied by main character Chan's mother. And the king is like, oh, main character Chan, I heard that you have 2 dragons, and that you also wield the power of lightning. I expect good things, blah, blah, blah. Wait, shit! No, I forgot something really important. We'll go back and we'll talk about it. I'll talk about it in a sec. I just remembered something really fucking funny that I completely forgot about. I can't believe I skipped over that. We're gonna put a pause on the dinner party. Let's pause the dinner party. We're gonna rewind a bit. So, after the, forest fire incident, you know, obviously main character Chan has her powers now, and so she has to go to powers class, basically, but the teacher is so, like, excited about the fact that she has, like, lightning damage, that he's like, oh, I want to do, like, really, like, close study one-on-one lessons, and so he's like, okay, now shoot lightning, and chat, I shit you not, she can't shoot lightning on cue. So, she mentally calls in Xanax and is like, hey, the teacher needs me to shoot lightning. I can't shoot lightning. And what do you think Xanax does to make her so she can shoot lightning? Yep. Anyway, she does eventually learn how to shoot lightning without, you know, help. so to speak. So, you know, there you go. Fun thing there. Jesus Christ, chat. I'm reading chat and it's just like screams. Anyway, so back to the that's a little aside. That's a little moment that happens. The dinner party, right. So the king basically is like, oh, I heard you got 2 dragons and you have the power of lightning. And her mother is like, yes, I'm very proud of my daughter. She is an efficient soldier. And main character Chan is like, man, my mom fucking hates me. I skipped way too much, actually, I'm just realizing. Hold up. We're gonna go back again. Fuck it. I fucked this one up. Sorry, I got these things out of line. So, go back to the powers thing. She's learning how to use her powers. Then, Xanax's beefcake friend and Xanax, bring her a new armoire. And it's basically determined that beefcake friend, Xanax, and, Liam all know kind of what's going on between main character and Xanax, basically. So, Xanax is like, hey, I feel like an asshole because I just kind of left the night of. I'm gonna help you clean things up. And so they start to clean stuff up in her room, and she realizes that she has a book that belonged to her father, which was a book of, like, basically fantasy stories. Like, stories of these, like, evil creatures called Venid, who, you know, while the Griffin Riders pull their power from Griffins and the Dragon Riders pull their power from Dragons, the Venid pulled their powers from the Earth and basically turned into, like, lich sorcerers and stuff like that. And, like, throughout the book, main character Chan is, like, super confused because she can't find a copy of this book that belonged to her father, in the library. And it's like every time she goes to the archives to ask for a copy of it, they're like, that book doesn't exist. We don't know what you're talking about. And she's like, these are the archives. They have everything in here. But they just don't have the book. So when Xanax comes in and, like, helps clean everything up, she realizes that the book was on top of the armoire and, like, it's on the ground and it's kind of, like, fucked up a little bit. But she notices that hidden in the binding of the book is a secret note from her father. Basically saying, you know, you're my daughter, you are incredibly wise. Chat, I'm gonna do something crazy here. We're gonna switch the game up. We're gonna go over to Pokemon, and I'm gonna hatch some eggs. I know you guys are waiting with bated breath to know more about this wonderful tale. Sorry I told it out of order. I jumped ahead to the dinner party way too quick, but I forgot about, like, the other stuff that happens in it, so. Good, now we're into the real content. For those fun video games we were playing, we gotta really get into the book, because, you know. Anyway, so, where did I leave off? Shit. So, yeah, she had to, contact in the brain to do the lightning thing, which is, Jesus Christ. And then, shit, what was the other thing I was talking about? Fuck. Oh, yeah, the whole book thing. So her father, like, left her this book, and her father was, like, a really good scribe and whatnot, right? And, like, the message is, like, daughter, like, I know you are greatly intelligent, and, like, you have the intelligence to know when to do the right thing. I believe in you, and I love you, your dad, basically. And, like, the book is about, like, I mentioned before, like, someone was like, are the dragons or wyverns? No, they're dragons, because the book details, like, other creatures that don't exist, like Venid and wyverns and things like that. So, she basically is like, huh, that's weird. Why did my dad hide this message so, like, deeply inside of this book? This is super bizarre. And Xanax is like, that's kind of weird. Anyway, here's your new armoire. And she's like, cool, thanks. Basically, yeah, they find this book, and it's got, like, a message from her father. Because, like, her father died after her brother died, and it was, like, real sad. Like, her brother dying was, like, a catalyst for a lot of bad shit in the family, and her father dying quickly after was, like, one of them. And so... oh my god. So, they're, like, yeah, so, blah, 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 blah. They fix the armoire. Liam is, like, trying not to be involved in the love life. He's just like, listen, I'm just, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not involved. Just like, you know, it's a little awkward for me, but whatever, you know, it's I'm just gonna protect you, okay? I'm Liam, I'm the best character in the fucking story. They go to the dinner party, and, like, Liam gets looked at like he's the scum of the earth as he's escorting main character Chan. And, like, she's like, man, where are all of the other, like, where are all the rebels? Why aren't they at the party? And then she realizes what day it is. Because she realizes it's the day that her brother died. And because it's the day that her brother died, it's also the day that the rebels, like, the parents, all of the rebel kids' parents were all executed the same day, basically. And the giant dinner party is celebrating that aspect of it. Which is why also everyone is looking at Liam like he's a piece of shit, basically. And so she's like, you know, and she meets with the king, and the king is like, oh, I hear you have 2 dragons. That's impressive, like, you know, and you wield lightning. And her mother is just like, yes, she's a fine soldier. Blah, 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 blah. And then the king, like, turns to Liam and goes, and who raised you? And he's just like, I am the son of this magister. And he goes, oh, right, him. Yes, his betrayal was particularly scathing, but who properly raised you? And Liam's like, this person, sir. And he goes, ah, good. Yes, he's very loyal and very good. He's done a fine job with you, the fact that you've made it this far. And, like, main character Chan is like, wow, I fucking hate this guy. This guy's an asshole. And, the king is like, oh, where are the rest of their lot? They're supposed to, like, be here. Why aren't they here? I don't like it when they disobey my orders. Like, and he's just like, And she's like, I don't know, sir. And, like, the king is like, oh, I'm gonna go speak with, childhood friend's father, who's a colonel. We're gonna go talk with him now. And so they leave. And, like, Liam is, like, trying to keep it together, but, like, you know, my boy Liam is getting just fucking shafted, man. Like, man, my boy Liam does not deserve that. You know what? My boy Liam, he does not deserve that. He is a good boy. He does not deserve that shit. So, immediately, main character is just like, Liam, this is fucked up. They're literally, like, celebrating on the day when, like, your parents all died. And he's like, they don't see it that way. They see it as the day that the evil traitors were, you know, stopped in what they were doing. They don't see it that way at all. And, like, you know, and she's like, I'm so pissed at Xanax because Xanax, like, sent you to go with me. And Liam's like, no, I wanted to come with you because I wanted to make sure you were safe. And my fucking heart. My boy Liam, man. Like, he was like, I don't mind people being shitty to me. I just don't want anything bad to happen to you. Like, I care about you. And, like, clearly you matter to Xanax as well. And I don't want, you know, I don't want him to be sad. And I don't want to lose you either. And I'm like, fucking Liam. Liam! Oh my god. So, she's like, Liam, get the fuck out of here, man. Go mourn, go take the, I'll be okay. Like, I'm out of here too. This place sucks. Like, this party's full of assholes and dickheads. Like, I'm out of here. And Liam's like, okay. She's like, do you know where Xanax is? And he's just like, yeah, he's probably at the parapet. And she's like, okay, get out of here, Liam. Liam skedaddles off. And then main character Chang goes to the parapet. And standing on the edge of the parapet, like, not on it, but, like, looking out, is, Among Us, who we haven't heard of in a while. And, like, Wide Boy MacGuffin, right? And a couple other of the rebels as well. His cousin, actually. Xanax's cousin is a character in this. He's also a first year. And, like, Xanax is sitting mournfully out on the parapet, which is really cool. I really like this. So the parapet was, like, the first really deadly challenge where, like, a bunch of people died. But as, like, the main character, like, walks out on the parapet again, it's kind of like a nothing burger at that point in her development, right? Like, she's dealt with so much worse shit at this point. Like, so that the parapet's kind of, like, whatever, right? So, main character Chan walks out on the parapet on a dress, and, like, Xanax is like, what the fuck are you doing here? Why are you in a dress? Like, you can't be walking on the parapet. You're gonna fall and die, you dumbass. And she's like, why are you here? And, like, she sits down with him, and they have a really, honestly, genuinely very romantic... Like, this is the part of romance I like, chat. Like, they have a really genuine, vulnerable heart-to-heart on the parapet where they talk about stuff. Like, main character talks about her brother... and, like, how losing him kind of fucked up her family, essentially. And she goes out, and they have this really, like, gentle heart-to-heart, which I actually genuinely quite like. I like the writing of. And she talks about, you know, her brother and all that. And he basically... The one thing that she noticed is when they had, you know, when they were doing the hanky-panky, was that he was covered in scars, basically. Like, all over him. He had all these scars, and they were silver. These silver scars, if I'm remembering correct. And she asked him, like, she asked him, like, 3 times, like, what are these scars? And he never, like, never answered. He's just like, I don't want to tell you. And so they're sitting on the parapet, and she's sitting on there, and she's like, I'm really sorry. Like, this day is so shitty. Like, this is the day that, you know, everything happened. And he's like, you know what? I should probably tell you something. Because, like, she's just like... oh, you know, all of the other replicants are so loyal to you. And she's like, it's really nice to see. And he goes, well, there's a reason for that. And she's like, oh? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, I never told you about these scars, but I probably should tell you now. Because at this point, it's like, at this point in the story, they're so fucking in love. Like, it's like, come on. And he's just like, so... when the rebellion happened and, like, the king took all of the rebels and, like, basically burned them alive, yeah, the king was gonna burn us alive, too. Like, all of the children as well. But I basically, as, like, a 14-year-old... he was, like, a preteen, basically. He's like, I was, like, a baby. And I basically begged the king... to prove that we as the children are still loyal, to basically spare my people the death sentence. And he basically said, Happy New Year, the Monty. Boy, this is gonna be really sad to come into. For all the children, there was 120-something, like 128 children. And to show my dedication to this idea, to the king, and also to, like, basically bear the burden of my people, I was, like, basically lashed each time for each child that would be spared, to be basically put to death. To do additional convincing, I had to convince them that all of the children who basically are the children of the traitors would have to go through the dragon riding program because they required more punishment than just I get hit a bunch. And if any of the group betrays the king, oh yeah, Siren Fire Blossom, boy, you're coming at a crazy time. Welcome to book club. He's like, and if any of the people stray, basically, I'll be killed as a result. Like, I'm the sacrificial lamb. I'm the scapegoat for all of this, basically, is his whole deal. Which is why all of the other rebels are super, like, respect him. Because he was the one who had to, like, endure torture for each and every one of them. And now, basically, is their, you know, kind of whipping boy at that point for all of this. And it's so sad because they both, like, on the parapet talk about, like, you know, mention their past and, like, you know, again, she mentions her brother and how he was, and he mentions his father and how he was, and it's like, it's fucking sad. And so she basically is just like, you know, do you like me? But like, you know, not so much like, what are we? But more like, hey, you know, is there a reason? Hi, Monty. Pleased to finally meet you. Oh, no. Oh, no, Seared Fire Blossom. You picked the weirdest time to finally meet me. I am currently, summarizing a romance novel I read. I don't know why I read it, but I'm summarizing it, and it's been a wild trip so far. Chat, I still hope I haven't lost chat yet with this. You know, they have this really gentle heart-to-heart, and she's like, Jenny, like, hey, is there a reason why you don't want to, like, you know, have a relationship with me? And he's like, well, and she's like, is it because there's another woman? And he goes, what gives you that idea? And she's like, well, Amoongus really seems to like you. When you and Beefcake were fighting in the ring, like, she was looking at you the whole time. And Xanax is like, yeah, no, she wasn't looking at me. Remove me from the equation. And main character Chan is like, oh, Amoken likes Beefcake. And he's like, yeah, it's not even that well hidden. I'm shocked you actually didn't realize that. And she's like, damn, okay, my bad. But he's like, you know, I like you a lot, and you know what, I feel like I can trust you, and I'm sorry, like, but here, this is my life, and this is, like, my situation. And she's like, well, that's fucked. And you don't deserve to feel like shit for, you know, your parents dying. Like, that sucks. That sucks ass. It's lost nothing, you're strengthening your bond with chat. Oh my god. I'm glad we're I'm glad we're like, I don't even know what the word is. We're like bonding over this shit. I will save this VOD. I will say that if Twitch doesn't delete it, I will try and download this VOD and I'll upload it. So, it's been over 3 hours. It's not a summary anymore. It is to me. God. So they trauma bond, which is, you know, a trope that a lot of people like. And, you know, it works. It's very romantic. And then, because of course, they're like, let's get out of here. Let's blow this popsicle stand. And so they leave. The rebels are like, we're gonna go and, like, you know, throw rocks into the river and just, like, vibe. And, Xanax is like, totally go for it. And so he turns to main character, is like, you haven't seen my room ever, have you? And she goes, no. And yep. Sure enough, they go, this time, this is so fucking funny, this time they put up a shield in the room to prevent a forest fire. I'm not joking. They put up a magical shadow force field, so that way there's not a forest fire. I am not fucking joking. So fucking funny. God damn it. So they go up, they oh my god. I can't remember much of this scene. I skipped a lot of it, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh god, here we go again. Jesus Christ. I also won't lie, after they like do it the first time, they do not, like, the main character's not shut up about it, and it's very, like, I know, for me it was very annoying that she just kept talking about it. I'm like, I get it, I understand, I get the picture, I understand. Where the fuck are the dragons at? We haven't dealt with fucking the dragons in so, like, well, not that actually, but, like, you know what I mean, like, we haven't dealt with the dragons in so long. It's like, where are the dragons? Anyway, so they go and they're having a great old time, and they're very in love, and there's lots of, you know, pants-on hugging, passionate pants-on hugging. And, like, they're in the middle of their shit, and then Beefcake knocks on the door and is like, wartime, everyone out. The bells have been rung, it's wartime, everyone out now. And so they're like, god damn it, we were in the middle of something, but whatever. And main character Chan goes to her room, changes out of her dress shirt, and, like, puts on her war pants, essentially. And, like, Oh, right. That's here's an important little thing too. When they're on the parapet and having that gentle, like, nice conversation, Xanax mentions that him and his buddies constantly, like, him and his rebel buddies meet up at a town on the edge of the map of the kingdom, basically. Like, occasionally they'll fly out there and just, like, meet up with each other illegally, basically. Something important to note for later. It's very important that they have this, like, meeting place. Anyway. So, they get interrupted. They have to go. They put their war pants on. And, like, they're a little freaked out. Main character Chan gets to basically assembly, and Xanax is up front, and they psychically communicate, and Xanax is like, yeah, this is, like, the war scenario where we actually have to, like, go out on the field and do, like, actual, like, fighting and shit. And she's like, oh, fuck. And so they're, like, standing, and, like, a bunch of, like, people show up, including childhood best friend's dad, who's a colonel. He's, like, in charge. He's like, all right, everybody, listen up. We're gonna split you all into groups. You're gonna decide amongst yourselves whose group is going where. You're gonna go here, here, and here. And he basically, like, sends Xanax, shockingly, to the meetup place that he regulars. He's like, you're gonna go there with, like, these people. And then Xanax is like, well, main character's gonna have to come with me because our dragons are bond mates. They have to, like, be together. And childhood friend is like, that's bullshit. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep making the excuse that she has to be with you all the time because your dragons are mated. And, like, Xanax, like, you want to take that up with the dragons, man? You're welcome to take that up with the dragons. You can tell them your opinion on that matter. And childhood best friend is like, damn it, I can't argue that. And so childhood best friend walks over to main character and is just like, I don't want to lose you. Please be safe. Like, I know we had a big fight. I'm really sorry. They actually do have a reconciliation. Like, he does genuinely apologize to her for, like, being kind of a big ass hat. He's like, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I just, you know, it came from a place of caring, but it still was fucked up for me to do. I'm sorry. And so, like, he's like, hey, you know, again, like, I know you gotta do this. I know you gotta go. I really wish you would stay with me and not him, but I get it. I'm not gonna, like, try and, like, you know, control your life anymore. And, like, she, like, and he, like, just, like, kind of taps, like, rests his forehead on her forehead as, like, a kind of, like, you know, gesture. Then she gets on her dragon, and they fly off, and they're like, cool, we gotta go here, and we gotta get there. So they're flying, and she's like, man, I've grown so much. Wait a second, hold on, she says as she's flying. Hold on. Our group, it's Xanax, Liam, Amogus, Xanax's cousin, and 2 other rebels. Why our entire group is rebels, except for me? What the fuck? And she's like, was that, like, did Xanax plan this? So they fly. Eventually they reach a lake, and they land in the lake. The dragons start to, like, drink water or whatever. And they're, like, you know, making, like, camp or whatever. And her and Xanax start, you know, getting flirty with it. And kind of like, hey, we didn't finish what we were doing. Like, and there's a forest over there. And, like, they're about to, like, go, and, you know, by the way, both of her dragons are present as well. She has both her dragons with her. And they're, like, about to go. Then suddenly, flying in come a band of griffin riders. And immediately she's like, oh, fuck. We gotta kill some fuckers. And she, like, gets ready to shoot them out of the sky. And then Xanax is like, no, stop. And the Griffin Riders land, and they're like, you guys are late. And Xanax and the rebels are like, no, we're not. You gotta understand, we're on a bit of a schedule right now. And immediately, main character is like, oh my god, they're traitors. And she is fucking heartbroken. She's like, wait, you told me, but is everything you told me a lie? And Xanax is like, let me explain. And she's like, no, you did not just fucking play me a fool. And he's like, no, 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 let me explain. I promise you. And the Griffin Riders are like, all right, well, we need more weapons. The shipment you gave us only covered enough people, but we need more. And they're like, right, we'll get on it, we'll get on it. And she's like, you're giving the Griffin Riders are our mortal enemies. You're giving them weapons? And Xanax is like, please, let me explain. And she's like, I don't want to hear fucking anything from you. And, like, he does explain it. That's the crazy part. He's like, I will explain everything to you. Let me explain. And are you guys ready for this shit? Again, this is gonna seem out of nowhere, but, like, if you read the book, there is genuinely very good setup for this, and I'm, like, very curious to see where this goes. So, she's like, okay, explain. And he goes, okay. So, you know that book of your father's? The book that you can't find, which usually means if you can't find, it's totally banned and not allowed? About the Vernon and the Wyverns and all that shit? Yeah, all of that is real. All of those things exist, and they're currently fucking razing the lands outside of this kingdom to the fucking ground. The Griffin Riders are in a country between us and, like, this horrible supernatural force. And we've been supplying them weapons because they're fucking dying. And this kingdom ain't doing shit about it because they don't fucking care. In fact, they don't want anybody know that the real problem right now is the fact that the Venid and the Wyverns and all this other mystical fucking crazy shit is happening. Literally, it's a there is no war in Ba Sing Se situation. They're painting it that the Griffin Riders are the real villains, and they're hiding the fact that the real villains are, like, these horrible things because they have wards. The magical wards keep the Venid out, but it like, the other people outside aren't protected. And main character Chan is like, wait, are you serious? You're fucking with me. And he's like, no, the Venid are real. They're marching upon, like, the land. The Griffin Riders are literally, like, holding on for dear life, which is why they've been attacking, like, the villages on the edge of the border of this empire, because they're trying to get the wards so they can protect them fucking selves. Like, because the country you're in won't let them in. They won't give them sanctuary. Because they'll tell everybody about the Venid, essentially. And she's like, holy shit, what the fuck? And like, she's like, wait a second. The book of my dad's. Like, no one had that book because it had too much information. And, like, and she also realized, like, wait, the king has the power to predict any battle, but he can't predict a battle that has more than 3 people. That's why, like, rebels can't be in groups higher than 3. Because if the rebels are in groups higher than 3, the king can't predict the battle's outcome. Because there's too many people to predict. It's a lot. It's a plot drop. But then she's like, why the fuck did you not tell me when we were at Dragon School? And he was like, I didn't know when I could tell you. He's like, I didn't know when would be the right time. I don't know. And she's like, holy shit. Do all the rebels know about that? And he's like, yeah, pretty much. We all meet here to, like, discuss things. Because the kingdom is basically just leaving people for dead, and it's fucked up, and we don't want to stand for it. Yeah, when do you drop that bombshell, right? Like, when do you say something? And she's like, holy shit, so my sister, all these fights that we had were for fucking nothing. And he goes, kind of. Your mom probably knows and hasn't said anything. Like, I don't know what your mom knows. Your sister definitely doesn't. She's been killing Griffin Riders because she thinks that's the enemy. And she's like, well, shit. And he's like, we gotta keep up appearances. We don't want to let the kingdom know that we know this, nor that we are associated with the Griffin Riders, because they're painted as, like, the main enemy right now. And she's like, fuck, okay. Like, she's so mad. And to be fair to her, she's justifiably mad. Like, she's like, holy shit, you've not given me very important information until the last minute. Right? No, this is a full-on war, no war in Boston Say situation. Like, they're straight up, like, hiding this shit. Which is also why they need to kill the people who can read minds, because if they find out about it, they can let it out. Okay, if this wasn't pretty much Corn, the story is sounding good. The Corn's only a part of it, to be fair. Like, again, and this is the thing, like, I tell you, like, why did I read this novel? It's because there's good shit like this in it, where there was these really good plot points that were, like, built up and played out, and it was really fucking good, and actually pretty, like, I was gasping, you know, at times. Oh, so they're like, well, we gotta keep appearances. We need to go to where we've been tasked to go. We're gonna go to another one of the garrison walls, and we're gonna go there. We're gonna meet with, like, the soldiers there. And we're gonna, like, you know, do our shit and then head back once we're done. So they fly out. They tell the Griffin Riders, like, hey, lay low, like, don't get caught out. Because the Griffin Riders are from, like, a town that's, like, on the other side of the wall and, like, basically, like, not the kingdom, but, like, the enemy kingdom, quote-unquote. And, like, they, you know, they fly out. The Griffin Riders, like, are like, alright, whatever, see you later, bye. And the Griffin Riders are really cool, because they're like, bitch, you want to kill us? Just fucking kill us, man. We got nothing to lose. Like, we're so fucked right now, we don't care. Like, the Griffin Riders really don't care about the main character's feelings. They're just like, bruh. And yeah, the dragons knew too. Taryn knew as well. Obviously the little one didn't know, but yeah, Taryn knew. Xanax's knew as well. And yeah. So they fly to the wall, and they arrive, and they're like, where is everybody? And they all fan out, and they're like, where the fuck are the soldiers? There's no soldiers around. Like, what the fuck is going on? And eventually, Xanax's, I think, cousin, someone finds it. They find a note from, fucking, childhood best friend's dad, the colonel. And the note basically reads, that village out there, that's not in our territory, it's about to get attacked and, like, completely wiped off the face of the earth. And all the all the people who are there, and they don't say it in the letter, but, like, the innocent people, they're gonna get fucking wiped off of the earth. Your orders are to sit there for a little bit, and once the fighting starts, you are to retreat back and leave, like, abandon the people to their fate, basically, to show your allegiance to the nation that you owe your life to. If you stay and you fight, we know where your loyalty lies, basically. And so, like, that's the note that's left behind. Main character girl's like, how the fuck did they know? Like, you know, like, how did they prepare this? And then she realizes, when she was departing, childhood best friend pressed his forehead against hers, which meant he could look into her memories and see the conversation she had with Xanax on the fucking parapet, including, hey, we meet up here all the time to, like, group up for plans. Which is how he knew. He reported it, assumedly, to his father, and his father acted accordingly. Because one of the things about childhood best friend is that he is incredibly lawful. He will follow the law to the T, even throwing his childhood friend under the bus if he must. Yeah. So, everyone who's there is like, fuck. And they look out towards the town, and they watch as the things of myth and legend, as Venids, or Venin as they're called, rise up and begin their march on to the town. And the characters have a choice to make. Retreat, abandoning the innocent people, proving their loyalty, or protect the innocent as is their true rebel way. and have to fight an ancient evil and whatever other horrors it contains. As they're deciding on this, the Griffin Riders show up and they're like, yo, we saw a bunch of Dragon Riders like flying away a while ago. What the fuck is going on? And they see that their town is about to be attacked, and the Griffin Riders are like, okay, we're going out there, we're gonna fight the Venid. And main character Chan is like, can you guys fight these things? And they're like, no, we're about to just fucking die, but maybe we can buy some time for the civilians to get out. Like, we are 100% guaranteed going to fucking die, but these are our people, and, you know, we're not going to abandon them, even if it means us dying. Which, again, the cojones. Yeah, Chad move, honestly. Hell yeah, Chad move. Absolute Chad move. And the Griffin Riders fly off, just to their fucking deaths. And the Dragon Riders sit there, and they're just like... Everyone looks to Xanax, and they're just like, we can't leave. And he goes, nope. He's like, I can't ask you guys to stay here and fight, but I can't leave these people. I can't do this to them. I can't abandon them. And he looks towards main character Chan and goes, I can't force you to do this. We've already betrayed your trust once, and I understand if you don't want to, like, stick around. And she goes, fuck that. I'm fighting. If they're our own or not, I'm not leaving innocents to die. And they're like, alright, boys. A foul wind blows. Truly one amongst us will perish. Let's fucking do this. Chat, I'm gonna grab a quick snack, and I'm gonna tell you about how the battle goes. Dude, I don't know why, but like, reciting this entire thing, I'm so sweaty. I feel like I'm like putting on the performance of my life. Chat, I do genuinely hope you are having fun with this. Because, my god. Chat, I want to point out again, I read this book in a day. I watched the first part of a video about it, paused it, went, I want to read this. I read the Amazon preview, and then I bought the book off of Kindle because there was a sale. So I got the book for 10 bucks off of Kindle. Alright. Is everybody back? Sound off. Sound off if you're ready for the battle. Make yourselves known. Make yourselves known, everybody. Alright. So, I'm gonna continue now. I'm not gonna lie. For several chapters of this book, I was very checked out. Too many descriptions of the main love interest and his hot body getting in the way of badass dragons and war. So let it be known when I say the last chapters of this book absolutely slap. And you want to know why they slap? I'll tell you why at the end, but they slap for a good reason. Is it the greatest ever written thing of all time? No, absolutely not. But is it good? Yes. It's decent. Alright. So, the Dragon Riders have made their choice. They're gonna fight the Venid and defend the innocent strangers who are not part of their own country because they are not pussies. They're not backing out. There is a war in Ba Sing Se. They're not gonna listen to this. Main character Chan, despite the betrayal, she knows her heart. And she knows that her heart lies with Xanax. They see them. The Venid. The Venid are leathery skinned, lich-like spellcasters. They are few in number, but they are much in strength. They mount their dragons, readying for battle. And chat, the shit is fucking amazing, okay? They fly in, and immediately the bells are going off. The Griffin Riders are already locked in combat. They're already fighting. They're already being killed, blown out of the air by the evil spells of the Venid. Dark creatures of the wasteland. They strike. main character Chan, at this point, has mastered her lightning powers. She doesn't need to have weird telephone you-know-what to make them work. She fires at one of the Venid, and they die. Her dragon breathes fire, but they survive. It becomes known that the Venid are immune to dragon fire. Dragon fire does not hurt them at all. This is why the dragons eat their humans. As they're fighting, the civilians down below gather their things and begin to make their way, trying to hide in a cavern that the Griffin Riders are trying to, like, funnel everyone in. The Venin, however, appear to have their sights set on something. There's a clock tower. And for some reason, the Venin want that clock tower. And the characters don't know why. They're fighting, then all of a sudden, they hear a scream. They look up, and they see a thing from legend. A wyvern. A creature that spits fell fire. Has 2 wings and 2 legs and 1 tail. And riding on one of them is a Venin, and they descend. And thus, the dragon dogfight begins. The dragons swoop and spin, snap and slash. Unfortunately, one of the rebels falls. I can't remember what their name is. They showed up at the end. They were a first year, but they die, and it's very sad. However, and I can't preface this enough, I have never felt the main character and like main character Chan and Xanax feel any sort of chemistry than when the 2 of them were fucking fighting on the back of their dragons, like swooping over each other, with Xenax like using his shadow powers to create bubble shields and like swipe enemies out of the air, while literally main character Chan is making lightning, and the shadows from those lightning is making more power for Xenax. It's like a whole thing, and it's super awesome and badass. They're fighting, and it's like a losing battle. They're outnumbered like 5-1 in terms of just wyverns, like, just by wyverns alone. They're fighting, then all of a sudden, there's a sound behind main character Chan, and as she turns, one of the Venid has mounted onto the back of her dragon. They grab a sword and they plunge it into her dragon's back. And she's like, shit, Terran, I gotta save you. And Terran's like, I can handle it. We just gotta focus. We gotta keep fighting. We can't stop fighting the wyverns. And she's like, no, I know what I have to do. She unlashes from her saddle, stands on the back of her dragon, using all of her training. She begins, my fucking favorite thing ever in anything, she begins to have a sword battle against the leathery Venin on the back of her own dragon. And the Venin, like, taunts her. He's like, join us. You can have all of the secrets, all of unlimited power. You won't be restrained by a dragon. You can pull the power from the very earth, the very sky. It can be yours. But she's like, no. I know that power corrupts. I know the books I've read. I know this isn't the way. And they fucking duel it out. So they're sword fighting. And it's a battle. It's a locked-in battle. This isn't this isn't her shoving oranges into the mouth of Jack. This is a real fight. Like, this is live or die. They're fighting while her dragon is, like, banking and fighting wyverns and things like that. They're locked in battle, and she gets stabbed. Main character Chan gets stabbed by this venom dagger. But she can't focus on that right now. She's got to focus on the battle. And using and mustering her strength, she manages to kill the Venin with a specific dagger that Liam gave her that has venin-killing properties to it. As she falls to the ground dead, about 5 or 6 wyverns also fall to the ground dead. And they're like, huh, that's kind of weird. Yeah, Liam had it, I'm pretty sure. Someone had it. They're like, Venom won't die to, like, normal shit. We need these specific swords. And guess what? We have these specific things in dagger form. Here, main character, have one. Chad, I want you to hold on to your butts, okay? Just stay with me, okay? So, they're flying in the air. Battle is locking. One of the dragon riders has fallen. Many of the griffin riders have fallen at this point. But they're still fighting. The civilians at this point have mostly made their way out, but they're still locked in battle. They know that the Vened are here for something in that clock tower, and they need to fight them off. But then... tragedy. Chat, I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. This part's really hard to talk about. And it's gonna... by me even just saying this, you're gonna know what's gonna happen. Liam's dragon gets dogpiled by a bunch of wyverns. He falls. Main character Chan manages to catch him, but his dragon gets torn asunder. Xanax and main character Chan fight off the wyverns, but by the time they do so, it's too late. They land on the ground, and they know, with the death of Liam's dragon, the bond takes its price. It's not fucking fair, chat. It's not fair! It's bullshit. It's bullshit, chat. Even Goblin knows it's bullshit. Liam begins to succumb as his dragon falls dead on the ground, torn apart by wyverns. Liam, lying next to his dragon, looks towards main character Chan. This part fucking hurts. He reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a wood carving. A wood carving of main character Chan's dragon, Terran. And he says, "I'm sorry. I guess I won't be able to finish it. I hope at least I got his likeness." And hands it to main character Chan. She's like, "No, Liam, you can't die." He's like, "Listen to me. You need to go after the Vened. They're controlling the wyvern. Their connection is reversed. If you kill the Venom, you kill the wyverns." And she's like, "I understand." He goes, "There's one more thing. You gotta promise me something. You have to promise me. My sister. I have a sister. And she's gonna be going to dragon school next year. Please. Please, I beg of you. Make sure that she survives. Please." At this point, Xanax lands. He begs. No, not Liam. Liam says, "It's been an honor to serve you. It's been an honor to protect you." And then he fucking dies. I've never wanted 07s in my chat more than right now, chat. He was the best character! He was the best character and they killed him! How can they do that to me? He was shit! God damn it! Alright, enough tears. Back to battle. With their rage stoked. A brother fallen. A best character killed. Xanax and main character Chan mount their dragons. And they've been told what they need to do. 3 Vened remain. 2 regular ones. And 1 a mysterious sage that seems to be approaching the tower. They fly in the air and begin their counter-assault. The magic flares. I just gotta point this out right now. The writing of this fight scene is actually so good, I can't even, like, summarize it in a way that really captures how fucking awesome it is. When main character Chan and Xanax are using their magic together, it's the stuff of dreams, chat. It's so good. Happy New Year's, by the way. From the Central Time Zone, everybody. Happy New Year's, everybody. I almost said Happy Christmas. God, what is wrong with me? I'm so sad I'm not even thinking straight. Oh. So, they're shooting lightning. They're casting shadows. Their rage, unpalpable. Their combat prowess, unmatched. They take out 1 Bennett. Boom! With a shock of lightning. But now the main character, she's starting to succumb to the venom of that blade. She's starting to feel its effects. She can't let Liam down. Not like this. They keep fighting. They continue battling. Boom! They kill the second Venom. There's only 1 remaining. But it's protecting itself. They can't get to it. I'm not gonna lie. I was too sad about Liam that I was kind of fucking not paying attention at some points. But they combine their magic. Xanax protects main character with a big shield, coalescing the shadows. She channels the lightning, and she calls upon her other dragon's power to freeze time just enough that she's able to take out the last one, the sage. With that, every wyvern crashes to the ground in rapid succession. The battlefield lies quiet. But as they begin to fall into a landing, main character Chan, she succumbs. Her world fades in and out of consciousness. And as the others celebrate in their victory, she succumbs to the poisonous blade. She can no longer hear her dragons. She can no longer channel her magic. Whatever this was did not just sever her body, but the very magic she wields itself. I'm gonna change the music now. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna pause the music. We're gonna go silent for this. She succumbs to the blade, but she avenges. She fucking avenges Liam. Immediately, Xanax is like, shit. Oh my god, she's dying. And everyone else is like, what do we do? Main character Chan fades in and out of consciousness, only catching the snippets of a conversation. They need a mender. Xanax is like, we gotta take her to a mender. But the other rebels say, but it's too risky. We can't take her to the mender. It's too risky for all of us. But Xanax, he's in love. He loves this woman. He makes her shoot lightning when they do the hanky-spanky badanky. Alright? That's different, man. That's for life. Some decision is made. She feels herself upon her dragon, being carried, but to where she doesn't know. In the depth of her mind, she worries. When they return to dragon school, won't they know that they're traitors? Won't they be killed? She can't think any longer and succumbs to darkness. And this is where the book does something really actually kind of fucking cool, chat. We actually, for the first time in the entire story, get a perspective change. We actually, like, we actually get the perspective of Xanax. Which is actually kind of brilliant, honestly. And there's two things to know about Xanax. One, like, I thought main character girl had the hots for Xanax. Holy crap, is it not the other way around, too? Like, holy shit, man. He's honestly kind of worse. But, like, in a gentlemanly way. But, like, he just talks about how much he fucking loves the main character. Like, so hard. Like, oh my god. And then, like... And he's like... He's not eating, he's not sleeping, he's at her side the entire time. Beefcake walks in and is just like, hey man, you gotta, like, you know, eat something or do something. And Xanax's like, no, I can't. I can't lose her, man. And then she awakens from her slumber. Dazed and confused, main character Chan was saved by a mender. We ship back to her perspective, and she's like, where the fuck am I? This isn't dragon school. And Xanax is like, yeah, we're not in dragon school. You know, we're somewhere else. And she goes, where the fuck are we? She's like, yeah, so, we didn't want to bring you here because it's a huge liability, but, you know, I trust you. So, you remember how there was a giant rebellion? And the dragon burned everybody, and also, you know, kind of not fully explained, but the dragon also burned the city to the ground. Yeah, so it turns out, stone, not flammable. So, most of the city is, like, still intact, and, like, most of the survivors of the rebellion still live here because the fucking kingdom is too stupid to come back and check for survivors? Like, hello? Huh? Question mark? And she's like, oh my god. And she's like, are my dragons okay? He's like, yeah. The little one is different now, but yeah, your dragons are fine. And she's like, wait, if we're here, we're not back at dragon school, who mended me? And at that point, chat, the door is thrown open, and walking in comes main character's brother, who is alive. And main character's brother looks at her dead ass and says, hey, main character, welcome to the revolution. And that's how the book ends. The book ends literally just like, that's how it ends. So there you go, chat. That is my very cohesive, not at all inaccurate, I'm totally lying, I probably got a lot of shit wrong, summary of Fourth Wing, a book that by the end of it, I don't know why I fucking read it. Everybody, alright, I gotta count down here. Alright, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everybody! Happy New Year!
Thank you.
Happy New Year, everybody! Thank you so much! Happy New Year! Gotta go back so thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much! Happy New Year, everybody! Happy New Year! Aww. So excited to finally be in the future. Thank you guys so much.